Chapter 1852. Published at 11th of May, 2023, 2:39 and 3 seconds p.m. Chapter 1852. Image if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again bang. Lionel was rocked. He was sent flying into a tree with such force that he nearly cut it in half. Even so, he felt that satisfying feeling of his spear piercing through truly tender flesh. No matter how powerful the wolf beast, there was no way that even its brain would be so fortified, right? The last mournful howl of the beast echoed as Lionel's head swam. He nearly lost consciousness, but he bit his tongue. He couldn't afford to lose his mind here. Lionel coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled once before pushing himself to his feet and nearly falling to the ground again. Damn it, he had a mild concussion and all the wind was knocked out of him. In fact, he was also pretty sure that he had cracked a few ribs as well, not to mention the ugly gashes on his chest now. It was lucky, though, that the latter were just skin deep. But even so, in this environment, and considering his body was back in the third dimension, this kind of injury could kill him if he didn't deal with it properly. Wouldn't it be too pathetic if he lost his life to an infection after having already become a sixth-dimensional existence? Even back in third-dimensional Earth, people almost never died from such things. Technology had gotten much too far. Lionel stood weakly to his knees and thought about running, but he shook his head again in a vain attempt to clear it. He knew that he needed to understand what was going on with that barrier first. Why had it appeared? Why was it there? And why was there not even a single warning? Lionel rushed up to the barrier and pressed a hand against it. He couldn't pass through no matter how hard he pushed, and the barrier showed no signs of giving in. Lionel frowned a moment and shook his head again, his fogginess beginning to clear a bit. There were no obstructions to his sight. He could see to the other side all too easily, which was why he had run into it to begin with. He wouldn't have been foolish enough to do so otherwise. It's moving. Lionel wasn't sure at first, but he definitely hadn't moved his feet just now. But the barrier was definitely further out than it was originally. Was it here to protect him? Maybe there were much stronger beasts than what he could handle on the other side. That seemed to potentially be the case, considering this was a trial or tribulation of sorts. Suddenly, Lionel's pupils constricted. On the other side of the barrier, what must have been at least a few kilometers out, he actually saw another human. Lionel wasn't too shocked by this to begin with. There was no telling whether beasts were the only challenge ahead for him. After all, this was a spear trial, one for the king weapon of the battlefield. To use it solely against beasts, although this was where its roots lay, was a bit lacking for its status. However, the more Lionel looked, the more his shock increased, until his head spun so much that he didn't quite understand how to take what he was seeing. The youth several kilometers from him ran into the force field like he did, but seemed slightly more prepared than Lionel had been. His spear chipped it at first before his body came to a stop. Only then did he nod to himself and turn back. There was enough distance between him and Lionel that he didn't notice the latter, while that and the fact there were so many trees and obstructions between them. Lionel only happened to have the perfect angle to see this young man. The young man landed on the ground and brandished a spear that looked practically identical to Lionel's own and pierced out toward a beast before him. He underwent an arduous battle, not much unlike Lionel. But what was truly shocking was the fact that everything was simply too similar. The spear domain lineage factor, the absolute spear domain, the crown of spears. After a long-fought battle, the young man finally managed to take down the beast. Without hesitation, he stuck his entire arm into the bloody eye socket of the beast, digging around in its brain until he found what he wanted and pulled out a bloody beast crystal. Then, under Lionel's widened gaze, he opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. His body bulged, once before concentrating back down to his original size. His head suddenly turned in Lionel's direction. He paused for a long while, seemingly scanning Lionel up and down before he gave a bloodthirsty grin, the blood of the beast he had just killed drizzling down his cheek. Lionel's gaze narrowed as the young man picked up his spear and shot into the distance, his speed clearly much swifter than before. Even after several moments, Lionel didn't quite understand what was going on. This situation was far too weird. Lionel's heart shuddered, and he realized that he had wasted far too much time here. At any time, a swarm of beasts could be attracted to this location. He couldn't allow himself to get caught with his pants down like that. He turned back, prepared to run away. What was obvious to him was that soon enough, if those barriers kept moving, his barrier would eventually overlap with that young man's, and maybe even the barriers of other humans that may or may not be here. Obviously, his only opponents this time around wouldn't be human. He didn't know what it would take to perform to the standard his grandfather of the past had, or even surpass him, but there was no doubt that doing so would require battle with his fellow humanoids. Lionel's steps suddenly came to a pause, and he shot back toward the wolf's corpse. He mimicked the actions of the young man and dug into its eye socket. He hesitated for a moment. There was no telling if that young man was special or not. Maybe he had a body that helped him digest beast crystals like this, or maybe he had a cheat. It looked like he was far more prepared for this tribulation than Lionel had been for some reason. T1L, take the risk. This wolf had no attributes to begin with, and it's not like absorbing beast crystals and unheard of. Lionel grit his teeth and swallowed the beast crystal, knowing full well just how foolish such a decision could be. But as things went, he had minimized the danger as much as he could. What he did know for sure was that if he couldn't improve his strength like that young man could, his only path forward was death. In that case, he might as well take the risk now. To Lionel's surprise, the moment the beast crystal hit his stomach, his body was flooded with strength. His brain fog, caused by his concussion, completely vanished, the cracks to his ribs healed, and the flesh wound to his chest began to close up. At the same time, his baseline of strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he could feel himself growing more powerful. Lionel gripped his fists. It seemed that the beasts here weren't just a measure of whether or not he could survive. They were here as stepping stones to prepare him for the later trials. If he wanted to survive, he would have to hunt them all down. Brandishing his spear, Lionel dashed forward. His mind flickered with all sorts of thoughts, but they ultimately landed on just one image. The image of the ring on that young man's finger. The spear domain ring. Chapter 1853. Published at 11th of May, 2023, 2:40 p.m. Chapter 1853. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1853. Queen Lionel didn't understand what the existence of that young man and the ring could possibly mean. In fact, he doubted that even if his ability index wasn't restrained, that he would be able to figure out. He simply didn't have enough information, and everything was a jumbled mess. What Lionel did feel was correct, though, was that young man probably wasn't the only one. He had only checked one side, and he presumed there was an entire region barred around him. In that case, there were probably several other regions just like this one. If he was honest, though, he wasn't 100% certain of this either. For all he knew, they were the only two. Without his ability index, Lionel couldn't calculate something as complicated as how long it would take their two regions to become one. But what he did know was that there was a time limit. This was why he didn't waste time running along the barrier to check his hypotheses. He only had one life, and he had to protect it well. And in this situation, that meant strengthening himself as much as possible and as quickly as possible. Because he didn't have any internal sight to work with, Lionel couldn't just casually blanket hundreds of kilometers like he was used to and hunt down the beast he was facing one by one. So he had to use other methods. This method is a bit dangerous, but it's the best I've got right now. Bait. Lionel extended his distance from the fallen wolf corpse after wiping his arm down to the best of his abilities using its fur coat. Lionel almost cut himself on the sharp bristles of its coat, but thankfully he realized the problem in time and ran his forearm and hand along the grain. At the same time, he made a mental note of this instance. With most of his advantages stripped from him, he had to take advantage of the ones he did have. His abilities and other lineage factors were gone, and his mind wasn't as fast as it normally was, but his memories and skills were still there. If the flesh of the wolf beast was so sturdy, its protective coat was definitely on another level. He had to find an opportunity to craft something more protective than the nonsense he was wearing right now. He might only have access to spear force, but force was still force. So long as it existed, he could use it to draw force arts. When Lionel had this thought, he felt his heart shudder. He had never really thought about the consequences of drawing force arts with other forces outside of soul and dream force. But just now he felt that it should naturally be possible. No, more specifically, he felt that it would be possible with spear force. This was a very clear and distinct difference because weapon forces were somewhat different from other forces. In fact, in some ways, it acted quite a bit like dream force, especially in the way it reacted to artistic conceptions. Lionel felt that he had gained another piece of the puzzle toward formulating the next level of his grandfather's spear technique. The first is here, Lionel thought, losing the strands of his other thoughts the moment he sensed a beast approaching. Unfortunately, in this state, he couldn't focus on more than one thing at a time. But right now, the evolution of his spear force was less important than strengthening his body as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Lionel wasn't ignorant to the fact that this breakthrough would also help his chances in this tribulation, but he was also aware that it was potentially fleeting while there was a very real opportunity for growth right beneath him. Lionel's gaze sharpened, and he descended toward his first victim. In the outside world, a sort of silence had fallen in Lionel's absence. His disappearance had been silent, and yet was almost immediately felt, almost as though a safety blanket had vanished. Everyone seemed to realize then what kind of looming presence he had only then. Even so, life was forced to go on, and due to Lionel's preparations, things remained smooth and steady with progress moving quite seamlessly. On that day, Aina stepped out from her own personal seclusion. Other than the time she spent with Lionel, she had spent practically every waking minute meditation on the Blood Sovereign tablet. It could be said that her gains from it were no less than Lionel's gains from the Emperor's Might tablet. The only difference was that rather than being an additional ability of hers, it seamlessly fused into her current battle style, and as a result, her growth felt more exponential than linear. The first person Aina saw when she stepped out was actually Harmony. She sent a glance toward her with every intention of just ignoring her entirely, but to her surprise, it was actually Harmony herself that spoke. "Where is he? Why can't I sense him?" She interacted with the world on her own. She gained names like the Sword Monstress. It could be said that she wasn't very good at niceties. "He is currently busy," Aina replied simply. On her hand, though, there was a slight change, and that was the fact that Lionel's spear domain ring was actually now on her finger. Whether by conscious choice or not, it actually took the place a wedding ring should have had, something that Harmony seemed quite sensitive to. Harmony sneered. "There's no need to gatekeep his whereabouts. If I want to steal him from you, I would have done so long ago. Though I can't promise that my sister will be as nice as me. Since he's not here to tie me down, he'll just leave then." Anna didn't seem to react to these words at all, or at the very least, her expression didn't shift. Even so, Harmony suddenly found that she couldn't move a single inch, and her pupils couldn't help but constrict. Aina didn't move an inch, and yet Harmony found her blood vessels constricting. Her heartbeat seemed to forcibly slow, and her skin reddened as blood rushed to the surface. Harmony's body pressed up against the wall, as though a noose was pulling her up. She quickly found her feet dangling from the ground, and the veins in her neck popping wildly as flashbangs went off in her vision. She seemed to be able to breathe just fine, and yet couldn't seem to get enough air at the same time. Fear took root deep within her heart. She had seen Aina many times during her stay here. How could she not? She had already been stuck here for several months. In fact, she vaguely knew that Aina was a target of the Three-Finger Cult, and had even thought of snatching her while Lionel was gone. During this time, she hadn't felt a sense of threat from Aina at all. She had just assumed that Lionel had chosen her because she was so beautiful. It only felt right. The most powerful man would be with the most beautiful woman. It was a legend as old as time. Harmony had never seen Aina do anything but laugh and smile and cling onto Lionel every waking moment. In fact, she had felt a little disgusted by the act, making sweeping assumptions about their relationship. It was only now that Harmony knew exactly how wrong she was. The pressure she was feeling suddenly vanished, and she fell to the ground with a heavy thump, her heart finally beginning to beat normally again. Aina walked away without another word, and Harmony could only watch as her back receded. It seemed that in the absence of the king, there was a more than capable queen. Aina's gaze flashed with its own cold light. If others wanted to test Earth, because Lionel had disappeared for a short while, they could taste her axe. At that moment, in the depths of a hidden world, there was a storm brewing. News of what had happened to the four great families had yet to spread back to its normal channels. But this was only to be expected, with every last one of them having been wiped out by Lionel, who would be there to report back. However, there would, of course, be normal communication between the two sides. The fact that this contact had suddenly stopped abruptly and without warning was bound to raise its own sort of speculation. Unfortunately, there were very tight constraints on these four families. If there weren't, why would they incrementally release their people like this? As such, it had been impossible for them to send others to check on the situation for a long while. In an irony, though, Lionel's actions in assimilating so many world spirits with Earth's had stabilized the region ahead of time. The good news was that the number of powerful zones that appeared were less in number and frequency. The bad news was that the next batch of four great family geniuses could exit ahead of time, and these geniuses would be on a completely different level in comparison to the ones Lionel had originally faced. Lionel's queen would face her own challenge. Stepping out from seemingly thin air, a small group of red-haired and eyed young men and women appeared in the depths of Earth's wilderness. "Our base should be on the moon," one of them said. "We will head there first and question them about the lack of communication." Chapter 1854. Published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 37 seconds p.m. Chapter 1854. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1854 4. The Brazingers only numbered 4. Their current head was a woman who went by Sarathana. She didn't seem to have anything particularly special about her. Her looks weren't too poor, nor were they too great. She wasn't too tall, nor was she too short. She wasn't too imposing, nor did she fade into the background. In fact, if one said that she was the leader among the three, it would feel a bit ridiculous, especially since the one who had spoken was a young man. This young man was actually Sarathana's younger brother, and maybe this was the reason why he dared to speak in her stead at all. His name was Raffer, and unlike his sister, he was imposing and very noticeable for all the right reasons. He was tall, strikingly handsome, and he had an obvious air of command to him that made him the largest presence in almost any room he entered. But it was maybe due to this dichotomy that Sarathana was allowed to be the genius that she was. She didn't seem very interested in such things at all, so she was okay to allow her young brother to take the spotlight. The final two were two young men who went by Barian and the Dan. They seemed quite used to the interaction between the two siblings and didn't find it to be very off-putting at all. They simply took Raffer's words at face value and didn't think much about it. Even if they wanted to reject, what good would it do with that monstress by his side? She might look unassuming, but they were well aware of how dangerous she was. The group pulled out a flying treasure, prepared to make their way to the moon. But what they didn't expect was that the moment they entered Earth's airspace, they triggered a change. The four didn't make it far before they found themselves surrounded from all sides. Raffer's gaze narrowed. He hadn't expected this aggression, and even if he thought it might be a faint possibility, the speed with which they reacted also felt too fast. Since when had Earth reached this level, and why was it so different from their expectations? At that moment, the headship of the fleet that had surrounded them opened up, and a man wearing radiant golden armor stepped out. His eyes were a piercing blue, and his hair fell like a rainfall of gold. This man was none other than Governor Duke Arthur Pendragon, or as most once called him, King Arthur. "I hate how right that brat is sometimes. How annoying," Arthur mumbled beneath his breath. "I think you're actually more mad about him ordering you around, right, Dad?" Mordred's somewhat seductive laughter came from an adjacent ship, twirling what looked like a sleek black wand in her hand. Whether it was father or daughter, the both of them had auras within the seventh dimension. However, what was particularly interesting was that they didn't seem to have broken through using the conventional path, but it didn't seem to be the god path either. Of course, that was because they had broken through using Camelot's magic system. There was a reason the integration of Camelot with Earth was the ultimate reward of their mythological zone, a reward Lionel only gained after clearing the hidden quest and resolving their love triangle. By succeeding in that endeavor, Lionel had planted a seed for the protection of Earth that was bearing fruit now. Camelot had just needed a little push, and with Lionel's return, they were truly blooming into their own. Arthur grumbled. Although he had never said it out loud, he had every intention of surpassing Lionel and suppressing him one day, which was funny considering he had started off so much higher than Lionel to begin with. He could still remember all the arrogant things that little boy had done the first time he visited his kingdom. But now he, the mighty Arthur Pendragon, was basically just a lackey. How sad. Shine. Arthur unsheathed his sword, a radiant golden light echoing through the world. Without a word, he vanished into a beam of light, his body losing its form as he moved forward at impossible-to-track speeds. The pupils of the four constricted. Abandon ship, Raffer commanded. Shine. Arthur shot by in a blazing ray of light as the four of them didn't hesitate to jump down toward the earth below. When Arthur appeared again, he was standing in the exact same spot, his hand still on his sword hilt. For a moment, the flying ship the four brazen youths had stood upon seemed to be completely normal, but in the next instant, a blade cut as clean as a mirror surface appeared, slicing it down the middle. Arthur watched coldly as the four youths fell to the earth below, his aura imposing. However, at that moment, a snort came from his side. Show off. You don't get extra points for being flashy, you know, Dad. Modred laughed. Arthur's cool demeanor vanished. He was speechless. Shouldn't daughters look toward their fathers as their superheroes? He actually had superhero-like powers and still couldn't get his daughter to treat him well. Where was the justice? Follow after them. We can't let them get too comfortable, was the only thing Arthur could say. It's too late, they're gone. They were likely prepared for a worst-case scenario like this. I didn't even see what method they used to vanish like that. Arthur's son, Leonis, spoke. In that case, there's only really two options for them. Either return to their world for reinforcements, or they're going to meet up with the other three families. Lionel said it's most likely the second. There should be some restrictions on how easily they can move into and out of that world of theirs. The best they can likely do for now is send a message back, Mordred replied. Arthur almost rolled his eyes at the mention of Lionel again, but he didn't say anything to refute it. Anyway, let the others know what's happened. They're here now, so we have to be ready for retaliation, especially when they've found out what's happened to their people. Chapter 1855, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 37 seconds p.m. Chapter 1855. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1855. Finite. When Aina received the news, her gaze became frighteningly cold. She moved to stand, but it was Yuri who placed a hand on hers. Aina looked over, her gaze still quite scary. However, Yuri only smiled lightly, seemingly quite used to this. Maybe only she and Lionel could face this look of Aina's. I know you want to make them pay as soon as possible, but you also have other responsibilities here, no? Yuri asked softly. Hearing this, Aina took a breath and exhaled. That was right. Currently, she wasn't Aina Brazing. For all intents and purposes, she was currently Aina Morales. She had sworn to herself that she wouldn't change her name until the Brazinger family most wanted her to have it. However, for Lionel, she was willing to forget that vow for a while. In Lionel's presence, she was allowed to be as willful as she wanted. But in his absence, she had to step into his role. She wasn't as good of a leader as Lionel was, but at the very least, she had to be present. If she went off looking for murder, who would take care of things back here? You're right, Aina said lightly before she exhaled a final breath and calmed down entirely. She looked down at her ring finger. She had put the ring there purposely to remind herself. It wasn't for the sake of being googly-eyed and in love. That was the furthest thing from her personality. It was an anchor to remind herself not to lose herself in her murderous intent. Then, well, do things the smart way. Have the Raelian and the others spread out their information network to track their whereabouts. This won't be difficult. Once they gather up support from the representatives they send from the other 3 families, we'll deal with them all in a single sweep. This was Earth's territory, and the playground they had just stepped into was in Lionel's backyard. If they thought just a handful of people could overturn the skies and shatter the Earth, they would be sorely mistaken. Yuri nodded and began to do as Aina had said. No matter what, ever since their youth, she had always been Aina's guiding hand. Sometimes it was hard to tell if they were a pair of sisters or mother and daughter, but regardless, they were very close. He'll go speak to the others about remaining alert. Since battle could come at any time, it wouldn't be a good idea to lose themselves in training. Aina stood and began to make rounds through the flagship. Her fists clenched and unclenched before her thumb spun the ring on her finger. Even in its dormant state, the spear domain ring gave her quite a bit of warmth. *K, Lionel dodged out of the way of Claw. His body was covered from head to toe in injuries, but his gaze was sharp and relentless. All around him, beasts of all shapes and sizes charged. Compared to the past, where he would avoid them even in a one-on-one situation, but it could only be said that Lionel was a madman. This horde wasn't something he had accidentally triggered, but rather something he had triggered on purpose. And at the moment, he had nowhere to take a step back because there was nothing but the force field to his back. As for why Lionel had chosen to do things this way outside of being a madman, well, he wanted to save time. With the force field to his back, he didn't have to worry about being encircled. To his left and right, corpses of beasts were quickly piling up and adding much more to the blockade. All he had to do now was focus on the beasts right in front of him, beasts that seemed to be getting larger and larger. After seeing the young man, Lionel had been constantly thinking about how he could get ahead. The young man's spear domain lineage factor seemed to be on par with his own. His bodily strength was about on par. His weapon was about on par. So how could Lionel get an edge? Usually, the answer to that question was just to rely on his ability index. His mind was sharper, his reactions were faster, and he was simply more intelligent. However, he had completely lost this advantage. While Lionel still felt he was more intelligent than most people, without the benefit of speed of thought and split minds, the margin was too narrow for it to cause any large swings in any one direction. It could be said that compared to other geniuses, Lionel wasn't too much more intelligent than them, or at the very least, it wasn't exaggerated. He was probably 0.1 standard deviations ahead of most geniuses, which wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't obscene either. What stacked this advantage so greatly against his enemies was how many minds he had working at once and how fast he could think. By the time another person deduced using their intelligence once, Lionel would have done so billions of times over. The winner was then obvious. However, without this advantage, while Lionel was intelligent still, his application was lacking. Lionel realized that if he continued meandering about, his success after this point would be up to luck, something that was unacceptable to him. So, he decided to force the issue, and he thought about how one would gain an advantage in this situation. His crafting skills weren't enough. Without little Tali and his dream world, what he could make would be limited in use, and without his ability index, he would be too slow in making them. At best, he would be able to focus on just a single thing before he was forced to face the other participant or potentially participants in this tribulation. He needed a different sort of advantage, or at least a method of maximizing the advantage he did have better. And that was when Lionel thought of it. This was a finite space. Although the force field was moving, it was doing so very slowly, and he had yet to see any beast crossing the barrier, which meant that they were restricted by the same means he was. In that case, the most important commodity here was actually these beasts themselves. Chapter 1856, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 37 seconds p.m. Chapter 1856. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1856. A joke. Lionel asked himself a very simple question. What was the measure of success in this place in the rawest terms? He was able to find the answer by making one simple assumption. The goal of this first phase was to swallow beast crystals and strengthen yourself. With that assumption made, the answer was obvious. The measure of success was how many beasts you could kill. In that case, what Lionel had to do was even more obvious. Kill as many beasts as he could, and even more ideally than that, kill them all. This was where the importance of the fact that this place was finite came into place. The fact that there was a finite amount of space meant that there was a finite number of beasts. And if there was a finite number of beasts, then logically, to perfectly clear this region, one had to kill every last one of them. So then the question became, how could Lionel use his unique advantages to force this end result? Due to these lines of thought, Lionel ended up in this situation, bleeding from head to toe, still lacking any sort of defenses outside of his own flesh and bone, and wielding a spear so dull it could only rely on his spear force to give an edge. After finding a good region near the force field barrier, Lionel drew a force art with his spear force that could mimic a force eruption. And now, he was paying dearly for it. Lionel drew in heavy breaths, but his grip on his spear didn't slacken. After dodging a claw, he stepped outside of the tiger beast body and his arm clamped it down to his torso. When the tiger beast tried to twist its head toward him to bite his head off, he sent a powerful punch at its long teeth while still holding onto his spear, shattering them. Blood and tooth fragments rained down, but Lionel had already switched his grip and pierced right through the tiger's eye, mincing its brain to pieces. Lionel released its claw and sent out a fierce kick, sending the tiger's body sprawling toward the next wave. Taking a step forward, Lionel pierced out with his spear, splitting the blade 6 different directions and forcing the second wave after the next back. His crowd control was immaculate as he hacked them down one by one, and his slaughter was relentless. Lionel realized then that his only advantage wasn't just his force crafting. The changes the Silver Empire's inheritance had made to his body were still there. There were still countless more folds in his heart, several more blood vessels carrying oxygen through his body, and his heart was still several times larger than it had been in the past, along with having more chambers. If he could use his mind and spear to force these beasts to fight him one-on-one or two-on-one, he definitely wouldn't be the first to tire. It felt like it only took a single big breath for his body to be refueled and rejuvenated. He continued his relentless slaughter, kicking corpses out of the way from time to slaughter more. He fell into a complete rhythm, and his blade strikes seemed to paint a picture across the skies, his polearm floating as though it was being carried by the wind and caressed by the sun's rays. Silence fell, and the roars of the beasts didn't seem to echo any longer. The melody of Lionel's spear was all there was. The greatest shame of losing his ability index was that Lionel could no longer rely on Dream Class to execute his grandfather's way of the spear. This was why he hadn't used Swift or Forceful or any of the other stances he had stored away. But at that moment, his spear seemed to have become ingrained into his very being. No, more accurately, he had come to realize that the part of his brain that the spear domain lineage factor had modified to be more in tune with the spear had saved all of these movements within his muscle memory. Ironically, for the first time, Lionel truly listened to his spear without filtering it through logic and reason, only because he simply didn't have the luxury to. His mind wasn't currently running fast enough to think and scheme in the middle of battle, and he had become like everyone else, relying on their instincts and training. It was just that Lionel hadn't realized just how much instinct he had built up until this moment. Suddenly, he needed no more than a single strike to shatter the life force of the beast before him. He walked out from the force field, seemingly no longer needing it to his back. His spear became faster and faster, and for a moment, in the back of his head, he faintly laughed at himself. That young man, as skilled as him? Isn't that what he had said before? What a joke. That young man wasn't even a tenth as powerful as he was. The radiant spear crown shone with a fiercer and fiercer light. Lionel pierced out, his spear splitting into three. This time, he didn't even aim for the enormous eye sockets of the beasts before him. And yet, their nigh indestructible coats of fur were shredded like wet paper beneath his blade, and he shattered their skulls in a single strike. The attack was so smooth that he didn't even face a hint of backlash, facing three of them at once. Lionel's spear drew an arc through the air. Blood flew and heads spun, mournful cries echoing through the forest. A bloodthirstiness wafted from Lionel, his blade snaking through the skies like a river of flowing crimson blood. Everywhere he passed, another beast would fall, and then another. The spear crown upon his forehead grew more and more condensed, the middle spear growing in size. PCHU. Roar. A baleful cry left Lionel's lips as his spear thrust forward. It felt like a blade strike that could split the ocean's tides, several thousands of miles of deep, black waters, as though they were nothing at all. Everywhere the spear force passed, beasts were shredded to pieces. Lionel suddenly came to a stop and took a deep breath. All the wind for hundreds of meters rushed toward him at its fastest speed, suturing his lungs in an instant. After that singular breath, his breathing became even and unhurried. He stood amid hundreds of corpses looking for more beasts when he suddenly realized something. He had already killed them all. Chapter 1857. Published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1857. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1857 to know. Lionel's gaze flickered as he quickly looked around. He hadn't expected to kill them all so easily. Actually, if he was honest with himself, he couldn't quite remember whether it was easy or not. He had been in a state of complete forgetfulness, something he had never before experienced. Lionel shook his head. Right now, this was actually a good thing. Leaning on his talent a bit, especially when he didn't have his ability index, would be the best way to maximize his chances at victory. After a minor moment of hesitation, Lionel rushed forward and began plucking the beast crystals out from these beasts. During the battle, he obviously hadn't had a chance to do so, so now he had some making up to do. The more he swallowed, the greater flood of strength that entered his body. His body was like a dry riverbed, finally experiencing its first rainfall after countless months. But what was especially odd was that Lionel didn't feel like he was regaining his previous strength. It both felt like his own body, and yet not like his body at all. Lionel realized it was incorrect to say that the beast crystals were allowing him to regain his former strength. Rather, he was just building up the strength of this temporary body. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. After all, if he was facing other enemies, who was to say that his six-dimensional strength wouldn't be too weak? This way, everyone was at the same starting level. It took Lionel longer than he thought it would to swallow all the beast crystals, but that couldn't be helped considering the sturdiness of these beasts and the sheer number of them that there were. After he was done, he turned his attention elsewhere. He scanned the pile of beasts before he landed on a three. One was a hawk with a wingspan of over 10 meters. The second was a Komodo dragon creature with thick greenish-black scales. And the last was a white-furred wolf who, even in death, looked exceptionally beautiful. It was hard to tell that it had died at all, but that was also because Lionel had purposely LTS lush coat intact. Lionel walked over to the hawk and hacked down at one of its large claws, severing one of its legs from its corpse. He held the large appendage that was just over half his height and examined it for a moment. He touched the tough, leathery scales that coated it, then flicked a finger at the actual claws before nodding to himself. He then went over to the Komodo dragon and skinned it before repeating the same process with the white-furred wolf. After he was done, he prepared the rest of his raw materials and cleaned them all in a nearby lake. Lionel walked to the side of a dead porcupine creature and raked a gaze over its body before he found a perfect-sized needle and pulled it out. After puncturing a hole in its blunt base, he began to form force threads. Lionel was used to using little tali in place of threads, or more accurately, this was the method of force sewing his father had taught him. But the most important aspect of the sewing was the fusion, and Lionel felt that if his spear force control was high enough, he could replicate the feat losing himself. Lionel didn't focus on the time or anything else. After setting up force art protections around himself, he put his all into force crafting. The process was a lot slower than he was used to, but it also really allowed him to hone in on his weaknesses. For example, he wasn't very good at drawing force arts without a perfect replica to follow from his dream world. As such, he was forced to slow his drawing process and really think about every rune he drew. This process actually deepened his understanding and tied down loose ends he hadn't even been aware existed. His skill as a force crafter increased by leaps and bounds, and soon, just a few hours later, Lionel felt that he was ready. He donned his new armor. The gorgeous white fur of the wolf took center stage, making up most of it. However, in between and hidden in important regions, the black-green scales of the Komodo dragon added a nice hint of accent to the blinding white. On Lionel's hands and forearms were a pair of gauntlets he had constructed out of the claws of the hawk. Hidden within the flat of his forearm, a blade formed from its claw extended and then retracted. On his feet, there was a pair of boots modeled in the same style as his gauntlets. Lionel slammed his fists into one another, and the sound of a resonant energy formed. Hidden within the armor, gauntlets, and boots, a force art solidified them all into one entity. Reaching out a hand, Lionel's spear flew into his palm, and he exhaled a breath. He turned toward his force field again. He wanted to see how much time there was left before he fused with another cornered-off region. But, to Lionel's surprise, when he touched the force field this time, his armored hand slipped right through it. Lionel's gaze flickered. Is this the benefit of clearing your bubble? This seemed like the only plausible explanation. Lionel nodded to himself as he moved forward and broke out into a sprint. It seemed it was time to truly unleash unholy hell. Because he had taken his time to build this armor first, there was no telling if others had stepped out before him. So it was about time he unleashed his own killing spree. But first, he had to find one of the other participants. He wanted to find out exactly what was going on here. Why were there multiple spear domain rings? Was there really more than one in the universe? Or were they just participants from past tribulations? Or maybe incarnations created to challenge him but didn't truly exist? He had to know. Chapter 1858. Published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1858. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1858. Kill Lionel speed was much greater than it had been before as he entered the bubble of the young man he had seen earlier. He thought it would be smartest if he entered more known territory. Not only was he certain that there was a person here to target, but he was also of a strength Lionel was confident in dealing with. Lionel's steps paused for a moment, and he turned back, pressing a hand toward the force field. The force field rippled, but stopped his hand from passing through. It seemed that by stepping into this region, he had locked himself into a cage, and he couldn't retreat as he pleased. That much was fine. He had considered the possibility of this happening, which was why he had chosen a known location to begin with. Turning back, Lionel shot into the distance again, leaping into the trees agilely and vanishing into the foliage. He moved forward without a single hint of a sound, scanning the region quickly with his eyes. It was impossible to lure out this enemy like he had the beasts of his bubble. Humans might be intrigued by a force eruption, but there was a more likely than not chance that if the young man sensed a force eruption, given his strength, he would stay quite a distance away from it. He likely wouldn't take the risk if he didn't have to. So Lionel had to find him on his own. The good news was that Lionel's senses were much sharper after absorbing so many beast crystals. So he cut a straight line through the closed-off bubble, paying keen attention. His ears twitched every so often. Finally, he caught the faint sounds of battle. He changed direction, gliding through the trees and moving up higher as he moved. Eventually, He could sense the strands of spear force gliding through the air, and he locked onto a battle occurring about 300 meters ahead of him. The young man stood his ground as he faced off against two beasts. He was clearly much stronger than he had been when Lionel last saw him, and his confidence and battle style proved this much. However, after observing him for a while, Lionel felt that he was no threat at all. Without waiting for the battle to conclude, Lionel suddenly leapt forward. He pushed off of the trunk of the tree. He stood within with such force that it bent in the opposite direction far enough to nearly touch the ground. The young man was completely caught off guard by Lionel's sudden appearance on the battlefield. But before he could react, Lionel's absolute spear domain had already shredded the two beasts he landed between pieces. The pupils of the young man constricted. He immediately felt the potency of Lionel's spear force, and it caused him to shudder. His own absolute spear domain erupted in an attempt to counter Lionel's, but it was shredded to pieces as well, crumbling before his eyes. Lionel took a step forward, closing the distance. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the young man pierced forward with his spear, trying to catch Lionel off guard and make him pay for his nonchalance. However, Lionel simply tapped them with a finger, his spear force suffocating the young man's. The young man's spear was blown to the side as Lionel's own thrust forward, nailing the former right in the collarbone and pressing forward until he was nailed to a tree. The young man roared out in pain and tried to swing out with his spear in vain, but Lionel's hand grabbed its polearm with one hand, released his grip on his own spear, and then used it to grab the young man's throat, suffocating the rest of his pained-out cry. In just a few exchanges, the young man found himself weaponless and restricted. He couldn't even move an inch without the spear through his collarbone, making his body shudder with pain. When he looked at Lionel's face, there couldn't help but be a hint of defiance on it that masked a lingering fear. He had seen Lionel before, but back then he had been very confident in his abilities. It had only been about 3/4 of a day. How had someone who had been his equal become so powerful? No, it was simply impossible for someone with spear force this powerful to have shown the kind of weakness he saw from Lionel earlier, nor was it possible for there to be such vast improvement in the span of a day. It didn't make any sense. Lionel was about to begin questioning the man before him, but to his surprise, he felt an odd pull from the young man's spear. Subconsciously, Lionel felt that if he touched his spear to the young man's spear, it would upgrade to a new level. Lionel tucked this information into the back of his mind and released his grip on the young man's throat slightly. Ralph Yalfanam, what is your name? The young man was trying to decide what to do at this point. If he struggled, he might just die. But if things ended like this, so would his tribulation. He hadn't even cleared his bubble yet. This wasn't even enough for the lowest tier of clear. When he went back, his spear domain ring wouldn't even acknowledge him, and he would have to pass it to someone new. This was simply far too frustrating. However, when he heard Lionel's question, he was a bit surprised. Why was he asking this? The young man forced himself to calm down. Ultimately, he was a genius among geniuses. There was a very obvious reason he had been able to get to this step. Even in this situation, he hadn't fallen to despair just yet. He didn't really want to answer Lionel's question, but maybe there would be a chance to find an escape route if he delayed. My name is Nelligan Trudeau. Lionel frowned. He didn't recognize that name or family. Nelligan, where are you from? Hearing these words, the young man suddenly understood. His astonishment was painted all over his face. Oh, you're from one of them. I can't believe I actually lost to someone from one of them. My dad's gonna kill me. Chapter 1859, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1859. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1859. Cheating Nelligan hadn't shown a hint of despair all this time, but the moment he seemed to have to do something, it felt like his world was crumbling. He spoke about losing to Lionel as though he tried to snatch candy from a baby and actually ended up failing. Lionel frowned. From one of them? What was that supposed to mean? One of them? What does that mean? Nelligan stopped flailing about and looked Lionel dead in the eyes. He didn't seem like he was going to say anything at all until Lionel suddenly lightly touched the spear pierced into his shoulder. Although Nelligan didn't make a single sound, his jaw still set. It was clear that he was clenching his teeth quite hard, but he tried his best to hide it. Unfortunately, even without his ability index, something like that couldn't escape Lionel's attention. He'll ask again, "What does that mean?" Nelligan sucked in a cold breath and shook his head. "Go fuck yourself. If you don't know, then tell you. You tell me, what would you choose between dying and your family? You're not going to get anything out of me." Lionel frowned. He didn't understand what these words were supposed to mean. Why did giving this information to him place Nelligan's family in danger? Lionel looked into Nelligan's eyes, but he already knew that it was a futile expert. Of all the emotions he had seen Nelligan display, none of them had been fear, even when Lionel could have taken his life with a single stroke. It was clear that Nelligan, although weak, was someone with backbone. What a load of horseshit, Nelligan mumbled beneath his breath. Since when did those places have someone capable of suppressing their spear force to this extent? Lionel thought about just taking Nelligan's spear and leaving. If there wasn't any information to be gained, then this was all worthless. He felt that it wasn't necessary to kill someone. Taking his spear and kicking him out would be enough. But then Lionel realized something else. "All right, I'll let you go on one condition. Tell me everything you know about this tribulation. If you don't, or I catch you lying to me, your family can wait for your corpse." Nelligan didn't seem to be as opposed to this. This wasn't a big deal. But then he lamented the fact that he had actually lost to someone who had no idea what was going on. Nelligan assumed that Lionel must be the first to trigger the complete tribulation, or else he wouldn't be so clueless. To make matters worse, since Lionel was so clueless, then that meant that he had gained an idea of what to do by observing him back then. If not for Lionel spotting him before, he would have no idea that he could ingest beast crystals in this world. Nelligan really felt like kicking himself. This was worse than dropping a weight on your foot or even shooting it. He might as well have nuked his entire leg off. He had basically created the man who kicked him out of this tribulation. This is the complete tribulation. It's different from the 3-section tribulation as it will only appear once. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Nelligan had corrected a thought he had almost immediately. He had assumed that there would be 3 of these tribulations exactly like this one. What had triggered this? Could it be what happened that day he lost consciousness in the Void Tower? What's the goal of this complete tribulation? Territory conquering. "You're already doing just fine," Nelligan said, his saltiness clearly evident in his words. "By clearing all the beasts in your territory, you gain the right to leave it and attack another. If you defeat the ruler of that territory, you get their spear and can upgrade your own. In addition, your territory will fuse with theirs. This will cause stronger beasts to begin to spawn, giving you a better shot at absorbing stronger beast crystals and benefiting more." Lionel's irises flickered. How does this end? What are the levels of completion? Clearing one territory is the basic pass and can grant you the black reward. 10 for bronze, 100 for silver, 1,000 for gold. As for how it ends, that depends. Usually it's when there's only one participant remaining. Sometimes it's when there's been a stalemate for too long. At other times, it's when all of the remaining participants have decided to accept their rewards and move on. It's possible for you to leave right now if you wanted and just accept the basic pass. There are that many participants at once. No, humanoids aren't the only ones who command territories. There are special territories with king beasts, and there are some with powerful and unique spears in control of them that can spawn warriors. Any combination of these works. Humanoids? It's not just humans? Of course not. In fact, humans are probably the minority in this place. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Nelligan's words seemed to imply something. It was likely that the people in the know about these matters were more likely than not human. It seemed that once again, the human race was lagging too far behind. "What else aren't you telling me?" Lionel asked. "For the rules, that's really all there is. The rest are little details. It would make no difference if I told you or not. If I try to list them all, you'd be here all day and you'd only fall behind the others. Then what about the competitors? If what you mean to do is ask for my advice, then I advise that after you claim 10 territories, you cut your losses and accept the bronze reward. Lionel frowned. Why is that? For one, the bronze reward is already enough for you to rule over your little corner since you come from one of them. And secondly, if you try to push for silver, claiming 100 territories will definitely put you in a line of sight. You'll already be lucky to not run into them after claiming 10. Who's them? The other races, of course. Why should I fear the other races? Aren't they suppressed just like we are in this place? Nelligan looked at Lionel and shook his head. In this place, we're all stripped down to our baseline and left with nothing more than our spear force. You think about it, humans versus the other races, who has the higher baseline? Without our lineage factors and ability indexes, we're screwed. However, their abilities are too ingrained into their very bodies to be completely suppressed. The Raypacks will always have exceptionally strong bodies, and no amount of suppression is going to remove the metal that coats their bodies. The Cloud race's shifting ability is ingrained into their very person. Although they can't shift in this place, they can still analyze all of your abilities and counter them with a change in the battle style. And the worst cheaters of them all, the spirituals, still have souls separate from their bodies. While their bodies are suppressed, the suppression to their souls is much weaker because it needs to be. After all, your real body is in suspended animation right now. It's your soul that's occupying this puppet body for you to use. If it was suppressed too, everything that made you you would be gone, and then there wouldn't be a point to these trials. Some of those bastards can use their affinities and even portions of their lineage factors. You think about it. What chance do humans stand exactly? Chapter 1860, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1860. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1860. Resounding. Lionel fell into silence. This was indeed a troublesome issue. But if what Nelligan said was true, then technically, shouldn't he have such advantages too? After all, his soul was also separated from his body. So why was it that he hadn't sensed anything special? However, when he thought back to what Nelligan had said, his frown deepened. According to what he had said, this tribulation world was still able to suppress spirituals. It was just that the suppression wasn't perfect. The spirituals were still able to take advantage of their affinities, which likely meant that they could use forces outside of just spear force. The spear domain lineage factor made this ability exception. Those with this lineage factor were able to fuse all forces with their spear force. Their spear was a perfect conduit or vessel for their other forces. To keep this matter simple, if the spiritual could use other forces here, they were exceptionally dangerous. The trouble here was that humans and spirituals weren't of the same race. Although Lionel had had a hypothesis that they shared the same root, he had yet to be able to confirm this. Plus, even if they did, they had branched out in their evolution enough that this fact might not even matter. Eggless novel C. Essentially, humans stored their affinities within their bodies and the changes that occurred within them. Spirituals, however, carried all of their DNA within their souls. The greatest difference was that as long as their soul was intact, a spiritual goal rebuild their ethereal glabella. But if Lionel's ethereal glabella was ever destroyed, he would be finished. This was all to say that from what it seemed here, Lionel didn't have the same advantages even though his soul was separate from his body. He couldn't even sense his greatest affinities, Dream Force and Fire Force. Wait, Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He definitely couldn't sense Fire Force, but was it true that he couldn't sense Dream Force? In fact, hadn't his Spear Force felt like an extension of his Dream and Soul Force when he used it as a replacement when he drew the Force Arts that formed his current armor? Suddenly, it all clicked for Lionel at once. He couldn't access any of his other talents, but there was one of his talents that was firmly rooted in his soul, his King's Might lineage factor. From the very beginning, it was the only one of his lineage factors that did elicit changes in his body, but rather did so to his soul. While the lineage factor itself was currently suppressed, what wasn't suppressed was the Dream Force affinity that came with it. Lionel realized then that he didn't have an advantage similar to that of the spirituals. It was just far less obvious, and it was difficult to tell how he would be able to apply it. It had to be remembered that Lionel was incapable of projecting his dream force out of his body. It was only after he gained Thila's innate node that he was able to, but now, he obviously didn't have access to it any longer. This meant that just like before, Lionel was fairly limited in what he could do. Outside of drawing force arts, using his spear as medium, it would be difficult to use it in other ways. After a moment of silence, Lionel's mind flashed with a few thoughts, and he nodded to himself, his confidence soaring. This was a tribulation of the spear. He didn't care what advantages they had. So long as their blades weren't as sharp as his own, they would lose. It was that simple. Go, Lionel said coldly. He snatched Nelligan's spear and pulled his own out of the latter's shoulder. With a thought, the two spears fused, and what was left, although still of low quality, was still much better. The crooked wood was now as straight as a javelin. The blade had lengthened, and Lionel could feel its sharpness with a touch of his finger. Nelligan opened his mouth to say something, but just shook his head in the end as his body began to fade away. He could tell that Lionel had no intention of listening to his advice. In fact, Lionel had already begun to draw something in the dirt. It didn't take Nelligan long to realize that it was actually a force art. Just when he thought it was futile, a surge of force came forth from the surroundings. The last thing Nelligan saw was a horde of beasts rushing over. Not long after Lionel cleared Nelligan's territory, he left to another, and then another. Back to back to back. He cleared a total of 5 territories, and his speed was only increasing. Lionel realized that he had to maintain this pace until the specialty territories began to appear. The later he was to enter a territory, the fewer beasts there would be remaining, and the fewer beast crystals he would be able to consume to increase his strength. Although one could gather territory by stealing the spear of someone who had already conquered many, doing things that way would be like leaving power on the table, because you wouldn't be able to absorb strength someone else already had. Lionel's steps came to a pause, and his eyes narrowed. By now, his armor had evolved several times, and he looked not much different from a hooded hermit wrapped in white furs and blackish leather. Even so, his movements were just as agile and even far swifter than they had been before. Up ahead, Lionel caught sight of a Rapax, its oblong-shaped head glistening with a blackish-silver metal-like carapace. This was the first non-human individual he had met, and the difference felt particularly striking. For one, he could see that the Rapax spear was already upgraded, which meant that it had already conquered other territories. But more importantly than that, it too was fighting several beasts at once without the slightest hint of fatigue. Even so, Lionel stomped a foot onto the ground, not hiding his presence in the slightest as he barreled forward. He didn't just want a victory, he wanted a resounding victory. Chapter 1861, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1861. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1861. Unfairness. The Rapax seemed to sense Lionel almost immediately. It was far too difficult for Lionel to tell what its emotions were, especially without his ability index. But the slight hitch in its actions, despite the fact it had reacted so smoothly before, seemed to suggest that it was actually surprised that a human was coming at him. This was no normal Rapax. It was coated in golden runes that Lionel had only seen on the most talented of Rapax. In fact, when he thought back, only Rapax of the 7th dimension had had these runes. This wasn't to say that only Rapax of that level could have such things, but rather that all those who had had such runes had the talent to enter the 7th dimension with their unique path. What was more important than this, though, was the fact that the Rapax had runes at all. This definitely meant that it had received more than a generic body when it entered this place, speaking to the unfairness spoken about before. Even so, that wouldn't stop him. Lionel's figure flickered, and he slid by the beasts as though he didn't exist. Not a single one of them reacted to his appearance, and to the Rapak's further shock, the beast treated no differently than one of them, ignoring him and continuing to attack the Rapaks. The Rapaks blocked a lunging elephant beast with his spear. At the same time, his tail whipped toward Lionel like a whip. In some sort of weird martial art, it lifted its leg in a violent frontal kick all at once. Without fail, each attack was matched with a viciously sharp spear force. Eggless novel C. O.M. Lionel's pale violet gaze remained frighteningly cold, but inwardly he had confirmed Nelligan's words several times over in just a single exchange. The Rapaks were close combat experts, and they were also practically immune to soul force to the point they couldn't be seen with internal sight. They didn't tend to use weapons and relied on their bodies instead, as they lacked the affinity for it. But if one of them was born to be a spearman, like the one right before Lionel, the combination of spearmanship and close combat skills would be exceptional. And now this was no longer a vague theory in Lionel's mind, but was rather a very clear reality. Every single part of this Rapax seemed to be another spear pointed right for Lionel. Lionel's absolute spear domain thrummed to life. Scree! The Rapax released a war cry, seemingly wanting to intimidate Lionel. Rather than pausing, its attack became fiercer, pressing down with a vicious momentum. Bang! Spiraling domain of spear force, tail, and leg met. However, rather than going right through like he had expected, the Rapax found itself in a stalemate. Having underestimated Lionel, he found himself entangled for far longer than he thought he would be. And because it was still dealing with other beasts, it couldn't do much as Lionel's spear snaked forward, its blade appearing between the natural plated armor that covered its body. The Rapax seemed to enter another odd stance of its martial art, using the momentum of its rebound against Lionel's absolute spear domain. Its leg and tail drew back and pulled its body into a half-spin that shrunk Lionel's target. Lionel's spear passed through, drawing a line of blood through the joint in the Rapax's natural armor. But it wasn't the deep and devastating cut he had wanted. At the same time, the elephant beast's trunk swung and knocked the Rapax away. Lionel could tell with a glance that the Rapax absorbed this blow on purpose, arching through the air, flipping once, and then landing agilely on its digitigrade feet. The Rapax hopped once as though it was loosening his body, but this casual leap of his easily brought him 10 meters into the air before he landed. The elephant beast quickly caught up and tried to follow up, thinking it had the upper hand, but with his eyes still locked on Lionel, the Rapax swung out his spear just once and severed the beast's head. The elephant beast kept rushing forward as though it was still alive. It crashed through dozens of meters worth of trees before it finally came to a stop. The other beasts that tried to take advantage of the situation were instantly shredded by the Rapax's own absolute spear domain. Lionel didn't follow up immediately, calmly meeting what he thought was the Rapax's gaze. "You aren't bad. Human." Lionel's heart skipped a beat. He was a bit shocked because this was the first time he had heard a Rapax speak. Or maybe it was more accurate to say that this was the first time a Rapax saying something was properly translated for him. He hadn't put any effort into learning the Rapax language when he last met them, so it was only right he hadn't understood anything they were saying. But it seemed that this tribulation did the translation for him. It's rare to see a suppressor among the humans, and that armor should be self-made, right? Judging by your spear, you've already conquered 5 territories already. How'd you indeed? Because it could emulate force eruptions, Lionel's clearing speed for territories was actually the fastest, or at the very least, if it wasn't, he should be near the very top. Even this Golden Rune Rapax had only cleared 1 territory up until now. This was his second, and he was about 75% finished. How could he not be interested after seeing this? Lionel tilted his head to the side until he heard a satisfying crack. He didn't bother to ask what a suppressor was from the context clues he had gained from Nelligan. A suppressor should be someone who restricted their spear force in order to first chase perfection. More importantly, if Lionel hadn't suppressed his spear force, he would have been dropped into a tribulation with those with 6-dimensional spear force. At that point, he probably wouldn't stand a chance no matter how fast he cleared territories. If he could clear them at all, that is. I always thought that Rapax were silent warriors. I didn't expect a genius among them to be so talkative. You're single-handedly ruining the image I have for your race. I hope your blade is stronger than your tongue. The Rapax didn't say anything to this, but his aura seemed to darken. What an arrogant human. There was only a moment of silence, and then a rush of wind, before the two suddenly vanished, their spears crossing. Chapter 1862, published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1862. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1862. Battle prowess. Bang. 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 Lionel pressed forward with a furious speed. It was clear that his spear force was sharper and his reactions were quicker. At the same time, his strength output was beyond that of the Rapax. After all, he had cleared 5 territories while the Rapax was still working on its second. However, the combat style of the Rapax was unpredictable and it flowed exceptionally smoothly. All parts of his body seemed to become a spear. It was to the point where it was difficult to tell whether he was a true spearman or if he was a close combat expert instead. Lionel's spear separated into 6 blades, attacking all the vital points of the Rapax at once. The Rapax young man reacted with 3 of his own, but what was surprising was that his tail also split into 3, matching Lionel with a total of 6. Lionel's timing was thrown slightly off by this. The Rapax 3 spear collided against him first with a purely forward pressure, but the 3 tails followed up with a more sideswiping momentum. The delay between the two destabilized Lionel's spear and opened up his guard. Suddenly, the Rapax foot appeared before Lionel's chest, clearly having expected exactly this sort of lapse. Lionel didn't have the time to block and could only try to twist away. Unfortunately, he was a step slow and a claw coated with radiant gold spear force shot across his chest, taking with it a strong impact that knocked the air out of his lungs. With a grunt, Lionel spun and shot backward at the same time, the armor that protected him deflecting much of the pressure. He realized immediately that had it not been for his self-forged armor, his rib cage would have been slashed to pieces beneath that strike. Lionel's expression couldn't help but become several hints more serious. He had the advantage in strength, power, speed, and even sharpness, but he was actually losing in combat effectiveness, experience, and battle prowess. The Rapax appeared before Lionel instantly, not giving the latter any room to breathe. The Rapax's leg soared into the skies, performing a perfect vertical split. Its momentum was so fierce as its axe kick descended that the ground around its plant leg cracked. Lionel swiped his spear at the Rapax's plant leg, trying to throw it off balance before its kick could land. However, his tail countered before Lionel's spear could even gather up momentum, clashing strongly against the spear. The axe kick descended swiftly, the Rapax's heel glowing with a blinding golden light like a shimmering guillotine. Even before it landed, Lionel could feel the sharpness digging into the skin of his forehead. He had no doubt that if this kick connected, his body would be split right down the middle. Without a choice, Lionel used the momentum of his clash against the Rapax's tail to roll off to the side, just missing the downward axe kick by a small hair. Eggless novel C. OM boom. The ground split in 2, and the residual impact cracked the rest. Even so, the Rapax was completely unmoved, and he pressed down toward Lionel again, and then again. The closer to death Lionel came, the calmer he became. Although he didn't have perfect control over his body like he did when he had his ability index, he still maintained perfect control over his mind. He realized that he needed to enter that state. He had cleared the first territory again. After he had gained power, he had let his brain take over the heavy lifting again. Since he could win through sheer power, his skill had become less important. This was actually the first time that Lionel was fighting against a spearman for obvious reasons. A spearman who was also a close-quarters combat expert, like this Rapax, was a whole other can of worms. He couldn't win this by taking this so casually. The Rapax could sense Lionel's gaze becoming sharper and sharper, so he pressed even harder. His own instincts were sharp enough to feel that something might change if he didn't end things as quickly as possible. Lionel's figure flickered. He had noticed another weakness of his: movement. With his speed, he had never needed a dedicated movement technique, and that only became more so after his spatial force affinity shot up. But after this battle, he could see that the martial arts style of this Rapax seemed to be infused with a mysterious movement pattern that allowed him to press his advantage instantly. The more Lionel saw of it, the more he got used to it, until his cold gaze suddenly went entirely blank. Lionel planted a palm on the ground, holding his spear in his free hand as he pushed up into a handstand. His hips torqued and he twirled once, spinning out of the way of the Rapax young man's downward swinging spear before bending his elbow and pushing. He spun through the air and landed behind the Rapax back on his feet. Swift! Lionel's spear shot forward just as the Rapax tail rose to block. But this time, a mysterious spear domain seemed to form around Lionel's spear rather than around his body, creating a vortex of spear force that deflected the spear and landed right on the Rapax body. The Rapax managed to throw Lionel's spear a tiny bit off course, causing him to miss the vital point between his natural plate armor. Even so, the impact caused the Rapax back to curl in an awkward direction, and his figure flew into the distance, crashing through several trees. Lionel shot forward, appearing above the Rapax and piercing down. Scree! The Rapax released a war cry as he forcefully spun to thrust his spear up toward Lionel. However, at that moment, Lionel met its gaze with a boundless confidence. One spear to connect the earth and skies. The Rapax felt his heart tremble when he heard these words. Lionel's voice seemed to have a magical tone to them that demanded his essence of meaning to be birthed into the world. Chapter 1863. Published at 16th of May, 2023, 12:25 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 1863. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1863. Lionel's spear seemed to vanish. In its place, a line that connected the skies and earth appeared in its place, descending with the might of a smite from the heavens above. In that moment, just the smallest tinge of violet colored his golden spear, causing its power to skyrocket beyond realms of normal reason. When it crashed down, the Rapax realized that there was simply no blocking it. There was simply nothing he could do. Bang! Lionel's spear pierced through the Rapax's stomach and into the ground below, a sharp light that would be denied brightening the entire world. The flash was seen from dozens of kilometers away, opening the eyes of all those that looked up. Lionel descended with a heavy thud, landing over the Rapax. The white furs on his hermit-like armor and hood fluttered in the wind, but not a single thing seemed out of place, even after the intense battle. Although Lionel had defeated the Rapax, he still looked down at him with hints of respect in his eyes. If not for their gap in power and strength due to the circumstances of the trial, it was uncertain if Lionel would be able to win this battle. Though this uncertainty was only due to the fact that Lionel didn't have his ability index, wasn't this Rapax restricted in the same way? Still looking the Rapax in the eye, Lionel bent forward and snatched his spear. "What's your name?" Lionel asked. Egglesnell the Rapax didn't seem to want to speak, but Lionel only shrugged. It was only a moment of curiously. He fused the two spears together, and it became sturdier and sharper once again. There wasn't much of a change in its appearance since the first fusion, but Lionel could feel the changes quite profoundly. It had a bit of extra heft to it. Its blade was a little longer, and whereas before Lionel had to rely on his spear force to pierce the hide of beasts, he could pierce them relying on his strength and the sharpness of this blade alone. Slowly, the Rapax began to shimmer away and vanish. But in the end, he did finally speak once more, maybe in gratitude for Lionel not killing him even though he very well could have. "My name is Yurikai." Lionel looked down as the Rapax slowly faded away and grinned. "The name's Lionel Morales. Don't dream about me too much. Train hard." Yurikai was immediately irritated, but it was already too late for him to get revenge. He could only strew in his own frustration. He, Yurikai, a genius among geniuses, had actually only managed to receive the lowest black grade reward in this tribulation. How pathetic. I'll remember you. I'll crush you with my full strength when next we meet. The cry of indignance echoed out, but Lionel only chuckled. This guy had been far too arrogant. He just wanted to knock him down a peg. Of course, Lionel hadn't realized that he had been just as arrogant, or maybe he felt that his own arrogance was only natural while everyone else were posers. Lionel retracted his spear and waved it a few times. He gave himself a nod before beginning to draw force art into the ground. There weren't many beasts remaining in this zone, so he would clear them quickly. After he finished off 3 more, he would fuse his zones and allow the more powerful beasts to start spawning. Only then would he begin to target more zones. Lionel realized what he needed most was a movement technique. He wasn't sure if the treasure zone Nelligan told him about would have one, but he would have to take a look. After reaching bronze clearance, Lionel would have certain other advantages that he could take advantage of, so he would have to make full use of them. As expected, Lionel quickly cleared the region. When this one was counted with his others, that made 6, plus the one that Yurikai had already claimed, and he had 7 total. He just had 3 more to go. Lionel flashed forward and quickly entered a new zone. He didn't meet anyone as powerful as Yurikai immediately and made quick work of the next 3 territories. All 3 had been headed by young geniuses who were still working on completing their first territory, so it went to show just what kind of gap there was between the participants of this tribulation. Although Lionel had many questions, he knew that he would likely have to wait to learn more about them. It couldn't be helped. The best he could do now was put his head down and grind. Lionel fused his now 10 territories. The force field that enveloped them rippled once before solidifying. Quickly, a surge of force rushed through, and Lionel instantly began to hear the howls of much more powerful beasts. This time, Lionel didn't instantly draw force art to attract them over. He wanted to see how strong they would be first. At that moment, in the tribulation zone, a pair of young men were meeting. "Oh, so it's you. I didn't expect our territories to be so close." In reply, the young man who spoke only received a snort. If Lionel was there, though he wouldn't recognize who these 2 young men were, he would recognize their races. One young man was handsome to an exaggerated degree. There wasn't a single imperfection on his tan skin. In fact, it felt like his tan was an illusion brought by the delicate bronze energy he gave off, almost as though the sun's rays couldn't help but cling onto him. His hair and irises shared the same radiant bronze color, and it made him look far more like a carved statue than a living being. There was no doubt that this young man was a spiritual. The other young man, the one who had snorted, was exceptionally handsome as well. He had a radiant glass orb in the center of his forehead, but he otherwise looked entirely human, except for the 2 pairs of hands that floated around him. Despite being completely separate from his body, one would be certain at a glance that they were one in the same existence. This young man was without a doubt a member of the nomad race, a race of beings with 6 hands and yet just 2 arms. The young spiritual smiled and didn't seem bothered by the nomad's attitude at all. "In the end, it will always be the 6 of us. Yumi, Alarina, Pririna, Kaldar, and Yurikai. There's no need to fight now. I will see you to decide the champion in the end." With that, the young spiritual turned around and headed in the opposite direction, not crossing the nomad youth's barrier. But it was clear that there were more hints of amusement in his eyes than respect, almost as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. "Idrim, I will personally take your head," the nomad youth said coldly as he watched the spiritual youth walk away. In response, though, Idrim only laughed. It seemed that he didn't care in the slightest. To him, he had shown mercy. Wouldn't it be a shame if a genius like Enul only passed with black grade awards? Chapter 1864, published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 4 seconds a.m. Chapter 1864 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1864. Problems. Lionel sat on the back of an enormous rhino beast. It must have been the size of Small Hill. At first glance, it wasn't even immediately obvious that it was a creature and looked more like a large patch of dried, gray land. However, the aura it radiated was a different matter entirely, especially considering the large crystal orb that Lionel held in his palm. Lionel looked at the crystal orb that was larger than his own head and laughed to himself. How was he supposed to eat this, exactly? He would just have to hope that cracking it wouldn't cause him to lose too much of its essence. Casually swinging his spear downward, Lionel shattered the crystal. Almost immediately, the energy began leaking out in all directions. Lionel sighed. It seemed that he wouldn't be so lucky. However, he didn't give up. With a large inhale, he tried to suck up everything he could. Without the ability to manipulate force outside of his spear force, this was the best he could do. Surprisingly, things worked out better than he thought they would. The force was ripped toward him along with the wind, flooding into his lungs. Lionel almost choked on the shards as they went down the wrong pipe. But luckily, when they entered his body, the shards dispersed into motes of energy, saving him from an embarrassing death. I really am too pathetic without my ability index. Lionel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a stupid mistake. That was the kind of mistake even a normal human wouldn't make, but he was so used to thinking at the speed of light that he was too confident in taking actions before he even finished his thought process all the way through. Lionel leapt up and nodded with satisfaction. He had finally cleared the evolved beasts in his new, fused territory. It was about time he went hunting again. The next milestone was 100 for silver. He should be one of the first, if not the first, to reach a bronze standard. So he had to press his advantage and slaughter his way through a few more territories. The moment Lionel stepped out from his bubble, he found that there were actually a few options down this path. 3 to be exact. 2 looked quite normal in that they were also large forests with a density of beasts, exactly like all the territories he had conquered until now. The last one, however, had a different sort of aura to it, and Lionel could see a building in the far-off distance, likely located at its center. Without hesitation, Lionel took this third option. This should be one of the challenging territories Nelligan had spoken about. There were any number of rewards to gain from it, whether it was a new spear or spear technique or an auxiliary treasure that could help you in the tribulation. Lionel shot inside and streaked through the forest, keeping a sharp eye out for anything dangerous. Raffer Brazinger, the leader and name of the 4 Brazinger youths, was quite exasperated at the moment. The instant they returned to this place, a place that, quite frankly, they had all seen as their backyard, they had been ambushed by 7th-dimensional existences. Although they were geniuses in their own right, the gap between the 6th and 7th dimensions was far too great. Although this didn't mean that they were helpless against a 7th-dimensional existence, fighting in that situation would have only ended poorly for them. After all, if they caught up fighting one, what would they do when a 2nd or 3rd involved themselves? Under normal circumstances, Raffer would have taken a risk. After all, the moon wasn't too far away by the standard of their current means, so if they were attacked in such a fashion, help from their people shouldn't be far away. However, Raffer wasn't a fool. The fact that Earth had so boldly attacked made him feel that something was off. And, more oddly, the 7th-dimensional individuals that had surrounded them weren't normal. In fact, they could be classified as geniuses. Although they weren't nearly as good as the best the Brazinger had, compared to the batch they had sent out this time under their current restrictions, they were still extraordinary. Due to these factors, Raffer and the others had chosen to take the safer approach. But the moment they found themselves in a dilemma. Eggless novel C. OM the airspace of Earth was completely monitored with what seemed like a force art on the scale Earth most definitely shouldn't have. They had no idea who could have possibly set up such a formation, but it made escaping Earth through the air nigh impossible. Due to this, their only option was teleportation, but after a few attempts, they realized that the formation also had very strong restrictive properties. By the time they finally gathered up enough materials to create a formation stronger than what Earth's force arc could stop, they ran into yet another problem. The path to the moon was space-locked and would require even stronger materials than what they had. Without a choice, they could only change their destination to a settlement of the Aderna family, only to run into even more problems. The team of 4 had only just vanished and appeared in a distant location within the Milky Way. But not only did they find a planet that was almost entirely barren where they should have found thriving civilization, but Sarathana, Raffer's elder and most silent sister, suddenly spoke. "We've been tracked," she said softly. The other 3 couldn't feel it, but she could. A force arc drawn on a large enough scale to encompass an entire planet was difficult to make perfect unless a much higher dimensional existence went down in dimension to draw it. As such, it wasn't surprising that Earth's force arc could be circumvented with the use of stronger materials. However, it was obvious that whoever had drawn it had known this. So rather than fighting the inevitable, they let it happen and tagged the teleportation of the 4 instead. Now, they likely only had a few moments before they were hunted down once more. It was then that a familiar warp in space occurred and 4 blue-haired individuals appeared. Chapter 1865, published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1865. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1865. Naivete. 8 youths fell into silence as they looked toward one another, both of them quite haggard. They looked toward one another and seemed to have a moment of silent solidarity. It was clear at a glance that they had both just come from Earth and had both been harassed in much the same way. After a moment, the leader of the Aderna family looked around before her face was warped into a frown. This was definitely their base of operations. Why was it barren? No, it wasn't barren, it was destroyed. If Lionel was there, he would recognize this leader of the Aderna family. Although she had grown up, his senses would be too sharp to miss the similarities. This person was none other than little Nana, the very same little girl that Lionel had saved in the Camelot Zone. Right now, though, there was nothing about little Nana that was little. She had already grown into her own, becoming quite a beautiful young woman. In fact, she and her brother beside her were both well into the 7th dimension, making them the only 2 with this level of strength present. Little Nana's elder brother was also a person that Lionel had met before back when he was first chasing the golden scale koi fish. He had returned Lionel's favor for saving his younger sister by blocking Simeon and the other 2 geniuses of the Crutus and Lavis families. And now he had also grown into his own. The Aderna family sent 2 7th-dimensional existences? Raffer asked, a hint surprised, though his words also seemed to be implying something. It was very obvious to Raffer that the Aderna family would only do this if they knew something the Brazingers did not, and that was made even more obvious by the fact they had sent little Nana. Adrin was only at the level of Simeon and not worth Raffer's attention, much less Sarathanas. However, little Nana was a different case entirely. She was a genius even surpassing that of Raffer's elder sister and had a long track record to prove it. The only reason the Aderna family was even able to send her out was because she had already been in this world before when she was much younger. Little Nana's bindability index allowed her to place restrictions on more than just the physical. As she had grown more skilled, she could even place restrictions on herself, allowing her to fool the eyes of the regulator and slip by without detection. However, even while restricted, her current power dwarfed them all, and that would be the case even if she was in the 6th dimension like the rest of them, let alone the fact she was in the 7th. Adrin started slowly. Receive a report a few months ago. Why did it take you so long to reply then? We weren't here, Adrin replied. We were in another domain and had to come back to shore up things here. But it's clear that we were too late, and in pretty it happened to all of us. Someone wiped out our families to the last man. The message only said, Prince Lionel Morales. I don't believe it. Nana immediately shook her head. Adrin opened his mouth to reply, but in the end he shook his head and sighed. His little sister might be exceptionally powerful, But this was ironically exactly why she had been able to maintain her innocence, even to this point. She didn't know what hardship was because everything was too easy and everyone doted on her. The only hardship she had ever experienced in her life was in the Camelot zone, and it was ironically Lionel who had saved her from it. So just based on this, the place Lionel had in her heart was exceptional. What his little sister didn't realize, though, was the fact that even if Lionel had slaughtered them all, he wasn't necessarily in the wrong. Their families were encroaching on the people of Earth. Of course, things actually weren't so simple considering it was that lineage that had control over Earth. But as someone born and raised on Earth, it made no difference to Lionel. All he knew was that Emperor Fox was his grandfather and that this territory was his. The reasons the four great families had for being here were irrelevant to him. Since they had warred against Earth, there was no doubt that Lionel had lost some people he cared for, so it was only right for him to be infuriated and destroy them if he could. And since he had managed to come back from that place, given his talent, this kind of improvement was almost a given. However, in little Nana's naive little world, everyone she loved was always perfect. Whether it was the Aderna family or Lionel, both were in the right, so there had to be something else she didn't know about, and the two definitely wouldn't hurt one another. Having such a naive little girl wield such power, it was hard to tell if this was a good or a bad thing. Lionel Morales? Rafa repeated this name with a dark expression. However, almost the instant he did so, he regretted it. Rafa felt his body go entirely limp and out of his control. He couldn't even look toward the young woman pressuring him, because even looking up at this point was like lifting a mountain for no reward other than greater pressure. Nana, Adrin said softly. Hearing her big brother say something, little Nana snorted lightly and let the matter go. However, everyone else felt a helpless sort of cold sweat. Rafa hadn't even said anything bad about him yet. He had only repeated the name in a displeased tone, but it had still caused such a reaction. Egglesnell Rafa cleared his throat as he took deep breaths. Although he was inwardly furious, there was nothing else he could do. Lionel Morales was a name he knew only because it was tied to Aina Athelie's brazing, and even more importantly than that half-breed was her traitorous father, Adam Rainier Brazinger. To think that such a person would actually dare destroy their bases. His name had already been placed on a sure kill list, but they hadn't been in a hurry, as he wasn't worth that much concern. But now, Rafa's gaze flashed with a malevolent light. Chapter 1866. Published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1866. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1866. Eller and Rafa took a breath and calmed himself. He was used to a hierarchy in the Brazinger family. Among the four, they were most definitely the strictest in this regard. Since their bloodlines practically made them thirst for battle, it was an inevitable outcome. The likes of Simeon was exceptionally rare. If not for his background, he would have never been favored so much regardless of what his ability index could do. Long story short, Rafa was very much used to swallowing his pride and biding his time. He lacked top-tier talent within their family, so he could only do things this way. What should we do, then? Rafa asked. Just from our short stint on Earth, it was too easy to tell that their entire system has been overhauled. And now that we've left Earth, returning to our families will be difficult with this being this way. Earth was their only gateway back to their families, so now that they had been lured away in order to find out information about what had truly happened, there was no going back, at least not with any sort of ease. No matter how they looked at it, whoever had set them up like this had done so on purpose and also had an understanding of how their system worked. Now, unless they disregarded the risks and tried to rush back to Earth, they would definitely be delayed at least a few more months, extending matters even further. Obviously, this was the goal of Earth, and it only benefited them. I think the first thing we should do is gather the others. We need to leave here quickly, as I'm sure you've all already sensed that we've been tagged. Since we've sent people, the lavest and crudest definitely have as well. After we gather up, we can decide what the next step will be. Adrin replied, "ITLL be difficult. I doubt the tag only applied to those coming here, so they've been tagged as well. If they chose to flee from their location as quickly as possible, finding them might prove difficult. By then, they can pick us off one by one, Raffer said solemnly. Also, there's no guarantee that they sense seventh dimension existences like you did, so they might very well be sitting ducks. The four families couldn't exactly be said to be entirely cozy and buddy with one another. They were more like reluctant allies, as they had no other choice. But this was enough for them to not want the unwarranted death of one another. It felt that given how things were stacked up against them, before they even found the others, they'd already long be dead. Your words make sense, Adrin nodded. In that case, we should pivot. If we can meet up with them, that would be for the best. But since we cannot, I think the best course of action is to leave Earth's territory. After thinking for a while, Adrin came down with this conclusion. Everyone fell into silence. Although it was an uncomfortable truth, it was one nonetheless. Right now, they all felt trapped, like mice in a trap. If they squirmed about in Earth's territory for too long, they could suffer greatly for it in the end. Not necessarily, Raffer suddenly said with a smile. Since things have reached this point, I think it's best we move some things forward. Adrin frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this, but they didn't have the weight to make such a decision. In addition, with how suffocating Earth's tactics had been, there was no telling how those chess pieces were faring to begin with. We had a good opportunity when terrain attacked, but everything was ruined by that Lionel Morales, so we shut them down before they could act. I think it's only right that this Lionel Morales now becomes the trigger for the opposite, Raffer said lightly, shivering slightly under Nana's warning glance. I'm not certain that. There's no better time than now. We can't delay any longer, Raffer cut off Adrin. Think about it clearly. Our families have been wiped out, and all the time we've spent building up our foundation has been wasted. Although we don't have the jurisdiction to know why our families are doing this, it's apparent that they have their reasons, correct? If not, why even bother? Why not just wait until Earth enters the 8th dimension and send in the geniuses of your younger sister's caliber? What chance would Earth stand then? Adrin fell into silence. Raffer's words made sense. There was definitely a reason they needed to establish a presence first, and he felt that it was likely due to the necessity of not allowing the fox to grow freely. If we let things get too out of hand, reversing the situation would be impossible. It's time we activate some trump cards and counters. Silence fell over them all once again before Adrin took a breath. He was a fool. He could see the ambition in Raffer's eyes. His words were logical, but they were underpinned by an insatiable desire to prove himself. It was clear that Raffer saw this as an opportunity to increase both his and his sister's station in life. Adrin no longer needed to press so hard. His little sister had already led their branch family far further than he could ever imagine. But he could understand Raffer's fire because he had once had it as well, before his little sister matured. He didn't know when that fire vanished, but he had just become okay with letting little Nana take the reins. He just felt that there were other things worth fighting for. But now, all right, let's contact Ellerin then, Adrin said firmly. Deep within Earth's territory, on a planet that was filled with lush greenery and wild beasts, but without a hint of civilization, a young man reclined within a tall tree's shadow. He seemed to be at complete peace, a rusted machete by his side, until his eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a piercing blue depth. Eagles Nova 1. Oh, this young man had features carved from a painting. Eyes as blue as the skies, hair as white and pure as winter's first snowfall, and delicate brown skin that reminded one of gently roasted nuts. Every one of his actions exuded an air of vitality and suffocating pressure. This young man was Ellerin, the young man who cleared the zones of Earth the second fastest. Hacker Hutch's grandson. Chapter 1867. Published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1867. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1867. Denegleснable. C. O.M. Lionel took a deep breath, causing the surrounding air to rush toward him again. All around him, the strewn corpses of armored knights lay. Though they didn't leak any of their own blood, the cracks and joints of their armor leaked out plumes of force. Unfortunately, Lionel couldn't absorb this like he could the beast crystals he had already tried. Up ahead, there was just one knight that remained. His spear was so tall and mighty that it was at least 50% taller than him, who already stood over 2 meters tall to begin with. On top of that, its blade was of an exaggerated size and shape, taking up an entire third of its body. At first glance, it looked far more like a lance than a spear. The difference was that rather than having a cone shape, it had 4 blades perfectly perpendicular to one another, almost looking like the extended head of a mace. The knight rose from his throne as Lionel approached, plumes of force jetting out from the joints in its sapphire blue armor. Lionel exhaled one more breath, and he had already recovered to 100%, his body feeling loose and limber. He didn't know what reward lay at the end of this castle, but clearing it had taken as much time as it had for him to gather up 10 territories to begin with on top of clearing the more elite beasts. He hoped that whatever he got in return would be good. All thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind as his gaze became frighteningly cold. With a step, he moved just as the Blue Knight moved. However, his brows couldn't help but jump the instant the latter did. The Blue Knight was fast, extraordinarily fast. Although Lionel had moved first, he had actually attacked a step late. While he had expected some difficulty in the final hurdle, Lionel had thought that the greater part of the challenge was already behind him only because of the sheer number of enemies. It seemed like he had been wrong. Lionel realized that it was too late to continue attacking, so his stance shifted and his wrists flicked upward, nicking the underside of the Blue Knight's enormous mace-like lance spear. Ducking with a bend of his knees, Lionel slid under the violently piercing blade, his feet gliding along the marbled floors of the throne room. Forceful, Lionel's spear spiraled through the air, forming its own lance-like construct as his absolute spear domain wrapped around it and collided with the Blue Knight's chest plate armor. Clang! Bam! The Blue Knight stumbled just a single step backward, but it had already raised its spear upward, swinging it down as though it was a club rather than a spear, even to the point of using just a single arm. Lionel rolled to the side, just barely dodging. However, he was calm as he sprung back up to his feet, gliding back to dodge another strike. Inwardly, though, he was confused. Logically, his spear should have done much more damage. For one, his spear had been upgraded to the bronze grade after fusing 10 territories. Secondly, he had used forceful, the strongest strike he could utilize in such close quarters and with such short notice. And yet, he had only left a dent on the armor. Lionel dodged again as he sent a look toward his spear. This time, his expression changed a little when he noticed the micro-fractures fissuring its body. The good news was that these fractures slowly healed, likely because this tribulation wasn't cruel enough to leave a participant spearless in the case of an accident. The bad news was that this pretty much guaranteed that Lionel wouldn't be able to break down these defenses with normal means. He had been through this castle for long enough. Attacking the joints wouldn't help. Only by causing enough damage to the armor itself could he cause a knockdown and victory. Lionel's gaze sharpened as he stamped his foot down hard, unleashing a roar. The marbled floors cracked once as he launched himself forward. Backtracking wouldn't help him. The only path forward was to push relentlessly. The Blue Knight had exceptional straight-line speed, but Lionel had already realized that its agility was lacking and things were only made worse by the heft of its spear. He had to stay close, unleashing barrage after barrage. Lionel glided around the Blue Knight, his tactics changing as his eyes glazed over. His spear left countless afterimages in the air, delicate brushes of gold painting the throne room in a nobility beyond anything it had experienced before. Faster, faster. The white furs that coated Lionel's body fluttered, dancing into the coarse wings as his body only seemed to become more and more agile. His spear danced, clashing against the blue armor again and again. Not working. Change tactics, layer strikes. Lionel's body moved faster than his thoughts. He followed up slow strikes with accelerated strikes, giving the illusion that he was layering 2 attacks into one, and then 3 into one, and then 4. Bang, bang, bang. Not fast enough. The number of loud clashes began to lessen, and then they lessened again. Eventually, Lionel moved so fast and skillfully that the layered spear strikes echoed as one, making it seem as though he had only struck out with his spear just a single time. Lionel's gaze flashed with a blazing light, and he suddenly felt his spear techniques evolve. His spear domain lineage factor shifted, touching upon a barrier that felt far more ethereal than what it had before. Lionel tried to burst through and just barely failed. However, the feeling of euphoria gripped his soul. This time, Lionel truly only pierced his spear forward just a single time, and yet the Blue Knight felt as though it had suffered 3 strikes at once. Bang! The armor dented. Bang! The dent deepened. Bang! The armor was torn through like thin aluminum, Lionel's spear shooting right through like a blazing meteor. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1868. Published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1868. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1868. Arrogance and ignorance. Lionel held out his spear for a long while before slowly retracting it and allowing the Blue Knight to fall to the ground. He found that without his ability index, his spear force seemed to increase by leaps and bounds with every battle. He had yet to have a battle where he didn't make a large improvement. Every time he sunk into that state of forgetting everything, he would come out an even greater monster on the other side. Just now, he felt his spear transcend the laws of the world around it. Before, his spear was able to ignore space somewhat, extending his blade against several enemies at once, and even vanishing to attack across large distances. When he had just entered the tribulation, he could only do so within his absolute spear domain. But just after a few battles, he could extend it well outside, and his absolute spear domain had increased in range. Not long after that, he was even able to use his absolute spear domain as less of a defensive measure and even began to use it offensively and change its shape and location, even using it to coat his spear. And just now, he felt like rather than just attacking across space, he could also attack across time. He had been so focused on layering his strikes in a better fashion, with a faster method, with a greater speed, that he had ignored reason and simply did what felt natural. And then it happened. Although he hadn't broken through entirely, Lionel felt that it was only a matter of time. With his improvement speed, how many more battles would it take? Maybe only a handful more at this caliber? Lionel took a breath and exhaled. This time it wasn't because he was tired, but rather because he was sighing. It wasn't that he didn't know that allowing his talent to take over would have such great results. It was just that he was too arrogant to allow it to happen. He had wanted to fundamentally understand what was happening to him. Maybe deep down inside, Lionel knew why this was. Back then, it felt like too many things were entirely out of his control. The world he had grown up in was suddenly had a calamity descend upon it. His father wasn't who he thought he was. His mother was the woman he had ignored and maybe even somewhat hated all his life. His grandfather turned out to be the man everyone on the planet worshipped. And now he was suddenly forced into killing and maiming just to live, something he absolutely did not want to do. Lionel was someone who liked to have everything under his control, everything within his purview, even if it sometimes meant offending those that were closest to him. James' words back then of calling him a sociopathic hypocrite, and then Ana's actions of doing the exact same, was probably perfectly correct. The funniest part was that Lionel knew it. Despite his personality, he was hyper-aware of everything and very emotionally intelligent. He couldn't be a leader without such skills. He had just chosen to ignore it anyway, much to the frustration of a lot of people. Ironically, this tribulation, which was maybe a great challenge to others, was more of a joke to him, at least physically speaking. However, when it came to the truths it forced him to face, It could only be said that maybe this was a different kind of tribulation for Lionel altogether. Lionel waved his spear slowly. Despite the pace movement, he still left after images in the air, forming a wing of spear to his side. The after images only faded after a very long while. In that moment, Lionel confirmed and consolidated his gains in this battle. It would be hard to shut off his brain when his ability index returned, but since he was shut away from it in this tribulation, he would allow his talent to bloom. He wanted to see how far his spear force would grow before he was forced to leave this place. Lionel took a step forward, and the throne of the Blue Knight shook once before sinking into the ground. By the time Lionel got to the top of the stairs, a platform had appeared. On it, there was a perfect replica of the Blue Knight's spear, radiating the aura of a silver-grade weapon. One Lionel would only be able to gain after clearing 90 more territories. Or, rather, 89 after this one. However, this wasn't all. When Lionel grabbed the spear, strapping his old one to his back, he waved it around and felt its heft. After a moment, a flood of knowledge entered his brain, and he learned about the ability of this spear. Knight's Charge. It seemed that rather than gaining a domain with each spear, Lionel would gain an ability instead. Knight's Charge seemed to be the reason for the Blue Knight's obscene straight-line speed. To make up for the heaviness of the spear, it allowed nigh-instant distance collapsing. When Knight's Charge was activated, he could accelerate in a straight line, closing up to a 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Of course, the drawback was that stopping was almost impossible. However, that could be mitigated because the distance of the charge could be decided by the activator ahead of time. You just had to trust in your own judgment. Lionel didn't know how often he would use this ability the way it was meant to be used, but he felt it had great potential in increasing attack potency. Eggless Novel C. OM Lionel waved the enormous spear around for a few rounds before he got used to it and nodded himself. Then, he turned and left. He had wasted enough time here. With that tea, Enel charrowed toward a new Territarv, and then another. It wouldn't be long until he met his next Urukai, and maybe that was exactly what he wanted. He was loving the challenge. Chapter 1869, published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 1869. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1869. Never Enough Fellerin didn't get up immediately, listening to the message in complete silence. It was only after an entire half hour that he stood. As he did so, his body seemed to leave afterimages in its wake despite the fact he wasn't moving very fast. Suddenly, all of those afterimages snapped into one before the process started again, and then again. Ellerin seemed to realize what was happening and shook his head before waving a hand and dispersing the odd force in the air. After a yawn, he patted down his still pristinely white tracksuit that didn't have even a slight stain on it despite the fact he had just been lying in the grass, and began to walk forward. Under some mysterious power, he appeared dozens of kilometers away, but somehow still seemed to be standing in place. Like a rubber band, his afterimage snapped into the distance, fusing with himself dozens of kilometers ahead. Every step Ellerin took, the process repeated until he stepped into the air, shot through the atmosphere, and began to stroll through the depths of space. "He's been contacted," Raffer said confidently. "Things will get started now." On Earth, a silent movement began to take place. At that moment, a familiar young man walked into an estate with slow and deliberate steps. He stood at just over 2 meters tall and had exceptionally broad shoulders and large palms. Just shaking his hand would make one feel as though you were enveloped by his aura and presence, if not for his sturdy and unbothered demeanor. Everywhere this young man passed, servants and passers-by would respectfully greet him. This man was none other than James Bennett, a man who could formerly be said to have been the best friend of Lionel, and the very man who had betrayed him not once, but twice, the first being during their championship game, and the second being during Lionel's escape from the Royal Blue Fort. Right now, though, James was no longer the James of the past. At the very least, the Bennett family wasn't the Bennett family of the past. Instead, they had regained their title as Governor Duke family following the fall of the Siegfried family. James' father's plan had worked. Over 20 years ago, James didn't know why his father had made him go to the Siegfried family and reveal that it had been Lionel who killed their son, Conrad Siegfried. But time had shown that his father was simply far more shrewd than he was. Conrad was the very young man that Anna had killed the moment Lionel stepped out from his very first zone. It was an event that had shocked Lionel awake to the fact that the young woman he had been chasing after for so many years wasn't who he had thought she was. But even Lionel couldn't have guessed that this would be the catalyst for the rise of the Bennett family once again. Just that seed planted so many decades ago led to the fall of the Siegfried. Learning that Lionel had killed their son had left the Siegfried quite suffocated. Around that time was also the time that news that Lionel was the prince of the empire also spread. So how could a mere Governor Duke family dare to lay hands on him? Without a choice, they could only swallow their dissatisfaction, but it only continued to brew inwardly, especially after the Siegfried family missed their chance to join the Void Palace during the first round. Back then, Lionel had brought along many of Earth's geniuses with him to planet Luxnix, but he had never cared to note that the Siegfried family wasn't among them. But James' father had pulled strings to make certain that things would happen this way. Of course, the Siegfried family wasn't the only one that lost their opportunity to join, as even James didn't join as well. But this result made it look like the Fox family had not only condoned the killing of their son, but were even actively trying to suppress them so that they never gained a chance at revenge. The general population might see Emperor Fox as a god, but the noble families knew exactly how ruthless this man could be. This was the very same man who said that they were free to keep hunting his own grandson and that he would reward him if they could pull it off. This was simply not the type of ruler you crossed, and if you managed to get on his bad side, you had to try your best to get out from under his power. So that was what the Siegfried had done. They thought they had gained an opportunity to flip the tables during the war against the four families, siding with the Lavis family when they thought they had gained a valuable chance. But in the end, their choice had ruined them. They were entirely crushed, and their family was wiped out. Things wouldn't have happened as smoothly as this, or they would have at least been able to escape and join the remnants of the other families outside of Earth territory. But as things went, how could James' father let this opportunity slip by? The Siegfried's family's deeds were reported by none other than the Bennett family, which eventually led a family of Tier 5 officials who had fallen from grace to regain their standing as Governor Dukes, a path that was made easier due to their legacy in the past. When this had happened, it had been the happiest day of James' life. He had thought that now that the Bennett family had finally regained their honor, he would be free. He could finally live the carefree life he had always wanted to. He could sleep with as many women as he wanted, drink until he couldn't see straight, maybe even rekindle his friendship with the person he missed the most in the world, apologizing on his hands and knees if he had to. But how could things ever be so simple? How could he not have seen that to his father? Returning to the status of Governor Duke was just the beginning. To him, nothing was ever enough. Now that they had climbed one peak, he wanted to aim for another. Egglesnell today, James' father had called him in once again. James entered his father's office, feeling the same suffocating pressure he always had. The man now had on a stern expression. The smile he had worn the day he regained his great-grandfather's honor long since wiped away. It's time. James' father, Governor Duke Bennett, spoke evenly. In 3 days' time, half of the Slayer Legion will rebel, launching an attack from within the capital. James' heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1870. Published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 1870. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1870. That's it. Lionel took a deep breath. Truthfully, waving this lance spear around was much more troublesome than the enemies themselves. No beast he crossed seemed to be capable of lasting even a single strike. The value of holding a silver-grade spear while facing what Lionel assumed were bronze-grade threats in the eyes of this tribulation was undeniable. As time passed, Lionel realized that reserving Knight's charge was actually a foolish decision, and his skill in wielding the spear increased with every exchange. Rather than relying on his own strength to gather up momentum, he would execute Knight's charge in short bursts, cleverly applying it to accelerate his attack speed and potency while keeping his attacks entirely unpredictable. Knight's charge didn't seem to have any limitations on it all. There was no cooldown, and it didn't take anything out of Lionel's stamina, making him realize just how valuable these treasure territories were. The only limitations were that once a distance had been chosen, the charge couldn't be stopped, that there was a limited range of about 100 meters, and finally, it could only be used in a straight line directly ahead of Lionel. When Lionel made this adjustment, he began to shred through opposition, and the rate his stamina drained at was even less than it had been before. This led to an exaggerated result where it didn't even seem like he was sweating as he battled. This time, Lionel faced off against Cloud Raceman. He had faced off against quite a number of other races by this point. In fact, as Nelligan's words had made quite obvious, by this stage, most humans would have either been eliminated or have chosen to withdraw themselves, so this outcome was unsurprising. What was more surprising was the fact that Lionel was still here. The Cloud Raceman had thought he had gotten a lucky break to come up against such an easy opponent for his 10th territory, even to the point that he didn't bother to scan Lionel initially. But after a few exchanges and finding himself on the back foot, he realized that he had underestimated Lionel greatly. What shocked the Cloud Race individual the most was the fact that Lionel didn't seem to be trying very hard, as though he was probing something. Gritting his teeth, the runes within his cloud figure shimmered to life, and a wave of strength fell over Lionel. Very quickly, everything about his combat style was downloaded and stored. Eventually, the Cloud Raceman seemed to gain the upper hand, even somewhat suppressing Lionel. Interesting, Lionel thought. The abilities of the Cloud Race were extraordinary. When taken to the logical extreme, and paired with their incredible mental capacities, their battle style could practically allow them to predict the future just by using the model they had of you in their mind. One of the very first dreams Lionel had ever had for his ability index was to be able to do this, but even until now, he hadn't been able to accomplish it, and that was despite the fact he had gained the ability to scan people with his dream world. And yet, people of the Cloud Race could just do so naturally and without any trouble whatsoever. There's a secret here, and that secret should be hidden within the weakness of this ability. Lionel's battle tactics suddenly changed, and he began to incorporate Knight's charge once again. His battle style became entirely unpredictable and erratic. However, what was fascinating to him was that this didn't throw off the Cloud Race young man. Lionel began to overwhelm the Cloud Race young man, not because he became unpredictable, but because his strength simply far outstripped the latter. Eggless novel C. No, let's change tactics. Lionel pulled back his strength and changed tactics again. But, once more, he began to be suppressed by the Cloud Race young man. Fascinating. Is this ability really flawless? Lionel's gaze flickered and it landed on the dancing runes within the Cloud Race young man's cloud figure. Maybe the craziest part about this race's ability was just how non-invasive and nigh undetectable it was. If not for Lionel's own sensitivity and deductive abilities, he would have even been able to tell that Captain Vimward had scanned him in the first place. But then again, Lionel's own dream world was almost undetectable as well. Lionel had a feeling that by analyzing the Cloud Race, even if he couldn't gain their ability, his comprehension of Dream Force would definitely touch an all-new level. By this point, the Cloud Race young man was infuriated. He could tell that Lionel was just toying with him, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Damn it, fight me. Lionel blinked and slipped to the side of a wild spear attack. Oh, so that's your weakness, Lionel suddenly said. The words were simple, but they somehow felt like the whisper of the Reaper to the Cloud Race youth. He shuddered in fear, but the tip of Lionel's spear had already collided with his chest, shattering every bone in it. He couldn't even hold onto the spear in his own hands, as it had been ripped out by Lionel. Before he could even land, his body began to vanish. Clearly, his spear had already been claimed by Lionel. Lionel turned and walked away, slaughtering the last of the beasts in this region. He didn't even bother to absorb their beast crystals because by this point, these lowest-level beasts had no effect on him. It's still a bit surface level, though. Relying on an enemy to lose focus isn't the way to go, but it is a look into how they operate. There should be other methods of restricting and countering them. There should be. Lionel's gaze glowed. He had it, that was it. 12 more territories until I reached the silver grade, since this guy gave me 10, including this region. Lionel finished clearing the region swiftly. But when he stepped into his next target, his gaze sharpened. He sensed another member of the cloud race, but this one made the other look like a toddler in a playpen. Their gazes met and silence echoed. Chapter 1871, published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 1871. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1871. Alarina was quite surprised to see a human enter her territory. Well, this couldn't truly be considered her territory, as she too had just stepped into it. By coincidence, the two of them had entered it near the same time from adjacent directions. They had hardly taken a step when they noticed one another and immediately changed their focus. What surprised her even more, though, was that despite seeing her, this human wasn't afraid. This was definitely new to her. Let alone humans, even members of other races who saw her would be very afraid. This wasn't because she looked like a monster or anything. It was quite the opposite, in fact. The reason was because, much like the other races, her talent had very strong physical signs. Alarina was all face, just like the other members of her race. She looked like a sculptor that had had the back half of her head removed, but rather than making her look weird, with the flowing cloud that made up her brain and seemingly also her hair, not to mention the golden runes floating within it, it made her look like an ethereal deity untouched by mortality. The features of her face were especially gentle, the only sharpness coming from her small nose. The curves of her cheeks and jaw were all perfect and feminine in an almost exaggerated way, making her look like the representation of what a perfect woman might be. Her eyes reflected the cloud figure that flowed behind her, dancing with golden runes as well. Much like the rest of her race, it made her look like a hollowed mask being carried by a tail of ethereal clouds. If said mask was of a goddess descended from above, that is. Alarina's cherry lips curled, her cloud figure sparkling like twinkling stars. Usually when she did this, most wouldn't be able to stand looking at her anymore and would turn away in either embarrassment or a feeling of unworthiness. But Lionel simply continued to look at her without a word, his expression not giving much away. He had seen many beauties before. This wasn't enough to move him. Plus, Alarina relied much more on her aura and disposition to pressure him, which was even more fool's gold. If she thought such a thing would work, there was only disappointment in store for her. Eagles Nova 1, "Oh, you're an interesting human," Alarina said lightly. "Someone else told me that before." "Oh, and where are they now? Since I'm here, isn't it obvious?" Alarina released a bell-like laughter. What an arrogant man. Lionel's own lip curled into a sneer. He had heard that one too, but he didn't feel like repeating himself. With a glance at Alarina's spear, he could tell that she had cleared between 20 and 30 regions. This was a far cry from his own almost 90, but given his advantages in this matter, Alarina was definitely very impressive, and that was especially so since she had done it without a special spear like his own. Even so, judging by the armor that coated her voluptuous body, although she hadn't gained a specialty spear, she had definitely received other rewards. Let me see if you have skills warranting that arrogance. Alarina took a step forward and charged, but to her surprise, before she could properly build up momentum, she was interrupted. Lionel activated Knight's charge and crossed the distance to her even faster than what she could muster, lancing his spear forward and aiming right for her chest plate without regard for her gender in the slightest. Alarina's gaze narrowed. Her armor released a light glow and a pulse of light jetted outward with her, as the center. Lionel immediately found the speed and power of his spear cut in half. Clang! Taking advantage, Alarina deflected Lionel's blade, sliding her own along its underside and snaking it toward Lionel's throat. It was clear that she was exceptionally skilled, and she had gained quite a bit of practice using her armor as well. But what she didn't expect was Lionel's nonchalant response. Rather than panicking, Lionel slightly shifted the trajectory of his spear, not fighting back against Alarina's blow, but rather deflecting his own spear even further upward. Then, he activated Knight's charge once again, this time for a short distance. His feet shifted, and he suddenly covered a 2 feet distance in the blink of an eye, almost as though he had just teleported there. Alarina's spear, which had been aimed for Lionel's throat, was found to be off course due to Lionel's slight adjustment, and it barely slid by and over his shoulder by a centimeter or two. Bang! Alarina suffered a solid knee to her torso. Lionel had used the momentum of Knight's charge to not only dodge, but to also gather up strength for this attack, and the results were devastating. Alarina, caught off guard, had all the wind in her body knocked out, a mouthful of blood flying from her soft cherry lips as she was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Lionel shifted his lance-like spear again and activated Knight's charge once more, closing the distance between himself and Alarina in a blink. Alarina, despite being disoriented, reacted quickly, activating her armor's ability once more and half Lionel's strength and speed. But her timing this time was off. Lionel's Knight's charge stopped just outside the range of the Ripple of Life before he activated Knight's charge again and swung down with a vicious momentum. Bang! Alarina coughed out another mouthful of blood, her inner organs rattling. It was only now she realized that Lionel's strength and raw speed were so much greater than her own. Just how many beast crystals had he swallowed until now? If not for her armor, she would have already been severely injured beyond the point of continuing in this tribulation. She couldn't believe that she was losing so sound to a human. Lionel landed above Alarina, his spear glowing with a fierce light as he pierced downward. One spear to connect the earth and skies. Chapter 1872, published at 19th of May, 2023, 10:27 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 1872. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1872, Awakening. Compared to the last time Lionel had used this strike, it was countless times more powerful, not only because of the spear he was using, but also because his comprehension of spear force was far deeper. Alarina saw the light of death, a completely contradictory concept. It was as though Lionel was gracing her with it rather than throwing her into an abyssal hell of no return. She never thought that she would die in this way. She hadn't even brought out her full strength. However, just when she thought she would die, Lionel's blade came to a sudden stop right above her face. Their eyes met, and he pulled back, leaping out from the pit he had created when he first smashed her into the ground and landing at its ledge. Alarina was immediately confused. Why had Lionel spared her? Could it be because she was a woman? This both made her somewhat angry, but also uncomfortable at the same time. She wasn't an ungrateful person, but she also wouldn't sell her dignity for her life either. Get up! Lionel's cold voice suddenly knocked her out of her fantasies. Any thought she had of Lionel suddenly falling in love with her seemed to have been thrown out of the window. That wasn't the voice of a man who was enraptured with her and her appearance at all. Alarina had already been standing to begin with. She had no idea what was going on, so she had already been ready to keep fighting. But something about the sound of Lionel's voice and his gaze made her feel a combination of suffocated and infuriated. You are the most powerful member of the cloud race in this tribulation, right? Then show me your real strength before I send you away. Alarina was far too arrogant and had ended up losing before she even knew what was happening. However, Lionel's vision was far beyond this tribulation. He already didn't plan on coming in second place to anyone. The more important thing to him was learning more about the cloud race so that he could counter them better in the future. Currently, the cloud race had infiltrated the human domain, and their claws were sunk far deeper than Lionel knew. That much he was certain of. If he wanted to deal with them, would need something more tangible than what he had, and there was no better target than one of their absolute geniuses. When Alarina heard Lionel's words, she gripped her spear so hard that her fingers bled and her figure trembled. Clenching her jaw, she looked toward Lionel, the golden runes dancing in her cloud figure beginning to tremble as well. She didn't say a single word. There was nothing else to say. She would make him regret the choice he had made to spare her, and then humiliate her. Deep within the territory of Earth, all seemed peaceful. Ever since Lionel's return, everything had flowed smoothly, from the destruction of the Zoltine faith and the four great families, to the subduing of the Thrusting Skies sector and the expulsion of the Viola family. Everything had gone perfectly. The absence of Lionel didn't even seem to be felt, and all things continued to run smoothly. But all things would seem to be perfect until the day they weren't. Boom! The explosion came suddenly and without the slightest hint of warning. Almost instantly, half of the Ascension tree that acted as the Ascension Empire's capital was covered in a blinding pillar of flames that seemed to want to engulf it all. Guards that had been on patrol hurried to figure out what was happening, only for their own comrades to suddenly turn on them without reason. Several golden spears pierced through the backs of loyal Imperial guards. They hardly had time to look back in shock toward faces they had known for decades before they collapsed to the ground with unwillingness, their consciousnesses fading to nothing. All hell had broken loose, and though a call to arms was immediately sent to many of the highest noble families of Earth, to the surprise of many of the court ministers, some directly ignored the summons as though they had never received it at all, locking down their own territories and forming their own small countries, defecting from the Ascension Empire. At that moment, on the second of Earth's 2 moons, Avalon, King Arthur sat on his throne, Queen Guinevere to his side. Before him, there was the smiling face of a member of the Lavis family, a young man with flowing golden hair and blinding golden eyes. It's time, King Arthur. The attack should have gotten underway already. You only need to do what the others have, and Avalon will be yours. Close your borders, declare independence, and when the time comes, reject delegation. The Ascension Empire has humiliated the Pendragon family for far too long. You are a people of royalty, and yet you've been downgraded to the status of a mere duke. I can understand your frustration. The Fox family haven't done anything to deserve the role they've had ever since they conquered Earth to begin with. Even now, they rely on a childlike prince to handle everything for them. And do you think that this is really that prince's doing? Arthur's gaze sharpened, and the young man chuckled. Does it even make sense to you that a young man who's lost over 2 decades of progress in comparison to his peers can still be this far ahead? Who else do you think is working behind the scenes to ensure that all of this happens, if not the Morales? He and the Morales must really think everyone is a fool. The young man didn't realize that as he spoke, Arthur's grip on his throne began tighter and tighter, while Guinevere's lips pressed into a line. Even so, if you looked at the latter more closely, it was clear that this was a practiced gesture to hold back her laughter. We will expose them for the frauds they are, and then everyone will turn on the Morales family as they should. When they face the pressure of the entire human domain, they will crumble like dash. Crack! Arthur's throne shattered as he stood to his feet. He's just a child, huh? No one could possibly lose to him, right? He's nothing more than a convenient puppet on a string. Hichem. Then why did I lose to him? The young man was stunned, but Arthur had already unsheathed his sword. Before he could react, he found himself looking at his own headless body. His eyes widened in shock. Egglesnell Arthur sheathed his blade and began to pace about with a harumph. Finally, Guinevere couldn't hold back her laughter anymore and released a bell-like giggle. Arthur's head snapped over. What's so funny? Guinevere laughed even harder. Husband, if you want an excuse to follow Lionel, you could find a better one than this, don't you think? Arthur's lip twitched. What do you mean by that? Guinevere just laughed and didn't respond, causing Arthur to click his tongue. Whatever, let those idiots do what they want. I have no intention of getting on that little monster's bad side. They think the Morales are the ones pulling the strings, so now that they're occupied by that summit they're holding, everyone else can run wild and free. Well, they're in for a rude awakening. Chapter 1873. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 1873. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button. Again, Chapter 1873 single tier prev. Chapter Lionel exhaled a breath. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, blood coating some of his white furred armor. On the ground before him, Alarina laid at the end of her rope. It was clear that even after Lionel had given her a chance, the ultimate victory still remained in his hands. At this point, Alarina didn't feel like she had any more excuses to give. Even so, Lionel didn't seem to be proud of his achievement. In fact, he was a hint unhappy. Even with his advantage in strength and speed, the battle had been a tough one. After Alarina copied his movements, she seemed to know everything he would do ahead of time. One would think that rather than copying, the ability of the cloud race was to see the future. Compared to the first cloud race individual Lionel had fought, Alarina was definitely on an entirely different level, and Lionel felt that if their strengths were equal, the one on the ground now would probably be him. But that was precisely why he had taken this chance to begin with. He wouldn't risk a loss here, especially after he had already confirmed victory. That would be nothing more than hubris. Lionel reached down and took Alarina's spear. He had gotten enough from her. "Who are you?" Alarina asked weakly. "Lionel Morales," Lionel replied blandly. Alarina fell into silence. She didn't recognize the name at all. Not only had she lost to a human, but he didn't even seem to be a place she recognized, or maybe he was, but was from a weaker family. But then how did he get his hands on a spear domain ring? There is no way the stronger families would allow the weak to monopolize such a treasure. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't have the answer she was looking for. Alarina's body shimmered out of existence, leaving behind nothing but her armor. Lionel looked at the armor for a moment before shaking his head. Truthfully, although his own armor had less functionality, he preferred it. Reaching down, he picked up the armor and thought for a moment. Although he didn't want the armor, it still felt foolish to just leave it. He thought about modifying it, but the main problem was that without little Tali by his side, manipulating metal was too difficult. An idea flashed in Lionel's mind. Obviously, since this armor had been left behind, he could use it. Though Alarina was a member of the Cloud Race and not a human, she still had the more petite body of a human woman, meaning her and Lionel's sizes couldn't be compared. This meant one thing. The armor had shape and size changing functionality. I can't take advantage of that. Lionel began to take the armor apart quickly, finding the force arts responsible for the shape changing. After making sure to preserve them, he began to restructure the other force arts, piecing together what he had while throwing away much of it. Good. About an hour later, Lionel finished. What was left of the robust armor were just a few wrist, elbow, knee, ankle, and neck bands. Every time Lionel snapped one piece on, a radiant aura would echo outward and seamlessly fuse with his hermit-like armor. Soon, it became exceptionally subtle. It was hard to tell he had changed anything at all, but the aura his armor exuded alone seemed far more powerful. Grabbing Alarina's spear, he allowed it to fuse with his original spear. With a whoosh, his spear broke through the bronze grade and entered the silver grade. Lionel waved the spear around for a moment and then looked at the lance spear. He decided to keep using the latter since it came with the added functionality of Knight's Charge. After exhaling a breath, Lionel's gaze sharpened. Bring it on. With a thought, Lionel's territories fused and the roar of beasts began to echo. The powerful evolved beasts spawned one after, their furious roars echoing with greater and greater vitality with every passing moment. Lionel took a step and vanished. His white fur coat fluttered. With a spear strapped to his back and one in his hands, he dove into another blood-thirsty battle. The commotion that gripped Earth seemed to have overturned everything. There was chaos, and yet in some regions everything was quiet, too quiet. It was as though pockets of different worlds were forming along the planet's surface one after another. Hacker Hutch stood in the midst of the commotion, stunned. He didn't quite know how to react to this situation. His blade, which had always lusted for battle, seemed to have gone dull. Inwardly, he sighed. Despite the fact his improvements had allowed him to keep living, he had always felt old at heart. This era had come far too late, and his prime had long since passed. He didn't have the raging will he once had as a youth, and that was simply something he had no choice but to accept. Seeing everything he had worked all his life for come crumbling down, he simply didn't have the heart for it. During the war with Terrain, he had sensed something amiss, as though a shadow was slowly circling his Slayer Legion and waiting for an opportunity to pounce. But it had already been 2 decades since then, so he had hoped that he was wrong. He had poured everything he had into this Slayer Legion. He had bled real blood. Back then, it was he who stood at the front lines and fought against so many city lords all on his own just to protect the budding youth of the Slayer Legion. And yet now what? Was he supposed to raise the same blade that had protected them to cut them down now? Hutch's heart trembled as his head slowly turned. In the distance, through the burning fires that threatened to raze the palace to the ground, a young man wearing a white tracksuit walked forward seemingly quite slowly, and yet whenever his afterimages snapped back together, he would have already moved countless kilometers. Hutch's lip quivered and he closed his eyes, a single tear falling down his cheek. Chapter 1874. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 1874. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1874. Why Prev Chapter Hutch only closed his eyes for only a moment, but it felt like an eternity. Everything about his life seemed to flash by, and yet it hardly seemed to have anything to do with him at all. No matter what memory he recalled, they always seemed to revolve around the very same little boy, his pride and joy, his grandson. Hutch didn't know when it was he had completely lost his grip on Ellerin. Maybe he was too focused on the Slayer Legion. Maybe it was because he placed too much emphasis on his loyalty, neglecting the needs of the child. Maybe he hadn't shown the little one enough love, enough care, enough affection. He had always closed one eye to such events. Even back then when his grandson had held a blade to his neck, seemingly thinking that Hutch was unconscious, Hutch had been aware of his surroundings the whole time. He had even been naively happy when his grandson chose not to kill him, as though this was something a person should get extra points for. When Hutch opened his eyes again, though it had only been a moment, his grandson was already just 5 meters from him. Even amidst the chaos, there seemed to be a moment of silence. The tear that streamed down Hutch's cheek fell to the ground and seemed to quickly vanish. Hutch couldn't remember the last time he had cried. It hadn't happened even when his daughter and son-in-law passed away, not when his wife had passed away, not when brothers and sisters left this world before him. However, seeing his grandson stand before him like this broke something within him. As he looked toward Ellerin, he thought about the conversation he had with Lionel back when he brought Emna to train with him. Although Lionel hadn't come out and said it directly, everything about his words seemed to drop hints for the inevitability of the current decision. Lionel was simply too good at coddling the feelings of others. He didn't even waste his time trying to convince a grandfather that a grandson would stab him in the back. Even so, how much experience did Hutch have? Didn't he already know that this was inevitable? Hutch's grip on his machete loosened. He couldn't seem to gather up the strength to hold onto it tightly. Why? This was all Hutch could say. In truth, he didn't even expect an answer. He knew his grandson too well. He wasn't a man who liked to speak much and was often in his own world. When he was much younger, Hutch used to think that it was because his grandson was a bit antisocial and lazy, but as time passed, he realized that whenever his grandson lounged around, he would come back even stronger than before. And it wasn't that he was antisocial. It was more accurate to say that he couldn't be bothered to deal with the people around him. However, to his surprise, Ellerin actually answered. It was a short and succinct answer, but it was an answer nonetheless. The Ascension Empire killed my parents. The Ascension Empire deserves death. There didn't seem to be any rage or fury in Ellerin's words. He simply stated them with the ease of talking about the weather. His gaze didn't fluctuate, his radiance didn't dim, his expression didn't even flicker. Hutch tried to open his mouth to respond, but everything felt empty. Ellerin's parents didn't have the necessary talent. This was something their gene assessment made very clear. They lived very normal lives and didn't even interact with Hutch very much due to his own duties. Hutch was just lucky that he was privy to the truth of the Slayer Legion, and as such, was able to allow some members of his family the freedom to be normal. Others were much less lucky. Completely unaware that the rebellion of the Slayer Legion was a facade, they embroiled their entire lives in that fight. It was likely due to this dissatisfaction that so many had turned on the Empire now. One could easily imagine, then, how Ellerin's parents had died. As two completely normal individuals, they were almost guaranteed to become invalids. When the metamorphosis descended, they were among the first to fall from the skies, being crushed to death even before the awakening of their ability index could fail. Ellerin was far too intelligent. It was easy to put two and two together. Even without having all of the information, it was obvious that the Ascension Empire had chosen to sacrifice his parents, to kill them along with the other invalids, just to ensure that their evolution path was smoother. Even if there was just a 1% chance that his parents succeeded in awakening, it was still not a 0% chance. But in order to play to the odds, the Ascension Empire hadn't hesitated to sacrifice tens of billions of people. 1% or even 0. 1% was a small number. But of such a large number, how many tens of millions were unjustly slaughtered? And what if his parents were among that number? And so you'll stand in opposition to the only family you have left because of this? Hutch asked with a hoarse voice. I think you should be asking yourself that question, Ellerin replied, reaching toward his back. At that moment, a rusted machete arched through the air, seemingly zipping through time to land in Ellerin's palm. By the time Ellerin lowered his arm, it felt as though the machete had always been there, as though he had stitched together different causalities until he found the one that granted him this weapon. Hutch looked toward the machete. He recognized it all too well. By now, it was decades old, forged of Earth's third-dimensional technologies. It was the very same machete he had gifted his daughter for her 13th birthday. Although she never had the talent for it, she swung it around every day with a childish enthusiasm. Hutch could still remember that look of excitement on her little face, and years of pain and agony came flooding forward all at once. Hutch howled into the skies with a hint of madness in his eyes as he and his grandson attacked at the same time. Chapter 1875, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 1875. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1875. Smile Prev. Chapter. Hutch's skin reddened, his eyes glazing over with a furious intent. When he swung his machete, it looked as though a crimson wave followed his every action. Those near him on the battlefield fell to their knees, unable to withstand the world-shaking pressure. Ellerin calmly stepped forward, his own blade moving quite slowly, and yet it reached his grandfather just in time. The two seemed to glide by one another, barely touching. All noise vanished, and the world seemed to freeze before all hell broke loose. Clang! Boom! The glancing blow caused a booming wind to slice in all directions. Ellerin's pristinely white tracksuit rustled wildly within the wind, almost as though it was trying to rip a path off of his body. At the same, Hutch's shirt was shredded to pieces, revealing a bronzed and powerful figure that didn't seem to match the old features of his face in the slightest. The two only paused for a moment before their strengths erupted. Their figures danced around the battlefield, every clash leaving a crater in their wake. And yet their creations seemed to lag behind. taking 3 collisions before the Earth seemed to catch up to what was happening and finally collapse. Hutch's enraged howls echoed all across the Earth, the pain and fury within them causing the hearts of all those who heard it to race uncontrollably. He fought like an absolute madman. None of his strikes seemed to have any sort of reason to them. He sliced from all angles, gathering momentum from impossible positions and erupting from irreparable positions. Ellerin calmly countered. Anyone with the eyesight to keep up with what was happening felt as though 3 of Ellerin were fighting just one of Hutch. Due to this, his slow movements always seemed to counter his grandfather's fast and erratic ones with ease. However, on the other side, Hutch didn't seem to be struggling very much at all either. His stamina felt endless, and the bloody ocean wave that was his blade was relentless and all-encompassing. This was the first time in a long while those of Earth had seen Hutch battle, and for some, this was the first time period. The old glory of the hacker Hutch name seemed to have been entirely forgotten, but on this day it was revitalized. No one felt that it was too weak that Hutch hadn't won yet. Rather, they were only more shocked by Ellerin's strength. A pair of grandson and grandfather, one furious, another calm, one bound by duty, the other bound by piety. Bang, bang, bang. Blade force rippled out in all directions, bringing with it a suffocating sort of presence. A cyclone of the sharp force twirled around the two of them, shredding apart everything in its path and suffocating all opposition. It reached the point where it was almost impossible to hold any other battles in the vicinity as the pair completely went all out without a hint of their familial ties holding them back. Hutch's blade pierced forward, shredding forth like a torrential storm. Rather than a blade, it looked far more like a meat grinder. Blade force stuck out in all directions, rotating akin a drill, and yet having no form or shape at the same time. The more the battle went on, the more violent Hutch's blade force seemed to become, and yet it was this very violence that he somehow also seemed to have absolute perfect control over. Ellerin gilded back, his arm shifting forward to parry with his own blade just once. And yet the after images of over 10 blades formed at once, causing 10 echoes to resound as he glided back another step. Despite his clever dispersal, Hutch's blade was relentless. The 10 strikes seemed to disperse some of the circulation patterns on the rotating force, but the total number were far too numerous. For the first time, Ellerin's expression changed somewhat, and his gaze narrowed as his grandfather's blade continued forward unimpeded. The blade appeared before him, ready to pierce through his head, but at that moment Ellerin's figure seemed to ripple. The blade that should have taken his head passed right through him, as though striking a puddle of water and piercing a reflective image instead of the target. The momentum of Hutch's blade died, and Ellerin's own blade danced. At that moment, the rust on the blade seemed to flake off one peel of gruesome brown-red at a time, falling to the ground like the fall of an ashen snow. The strike was perfect, so perfect that the wind sang and the stars shimmered, the force of the world guiding his blade toward Hutch's neck. Hutch reacted quickly, blade force rippling out of his body like a sharp nail, radiating in all directions. It only paused Ellerin's machete for a moment, but it was enough time for him to pull back his own blade. He raised the hilt to his neck, separating his ring and middle finger to allow Ellerin's blade to perfectly land in the space between all while deflecting his blow. Ellerin reacted nonchalantly, twisting his wrist slightly in an attempt to sever his grandfather's fingers. However, Hutch's battle experience was high. He clamped his fingers down first and pushed down, changing the direction of Ellerin's blade and countering his twist. He released the blade a moment later, stepping forward with a made look in his eye. There was nothing between him and his grandson anymore. No fictitious barriers, no heavy tolls, no blade. Hutch's free hand pierced forward, covered by blade force as he thrust toward Ellerin's chest with a vicious light in his eye. His life flashed before his eyes once again. The day he was assessed to have talent and shipped away from his own parent. The day he made his first friends. The day he picked out the weapon that called to him. The day he met the love of his life. The day they had their first child. The day he carried his grandson in his arms for the first time, only to be forced to put him down and escape into the night so that his daughter wouldn't be forced to feel his separation again. The day he appeared in their lives again to whisk their son away. The furious light in Hutch's gaze blurred, flooding over with tears. However, his speed didn't lessen and his striking power didn't weaken. Even so, just before his fingers pierced a hole through his grandson's chest, a mind-flooding pain coursed through his own body. Peace eat you. Hutch's actions came to a stop. He looked up, only to find that his grandson's figure was becoming blurry for more reasons than just the tears in his eyes. Soon, Elloren's figure vanished entirely. Hutch looked down, his gaze landing on a blade as its last hints of rust fell away and drifted into the wind. Silence echoed through the battlefield. It was palpable, an almost harsh sort of silence, suffocating, even. It wrapped his hands around their throats and squeezed, even as they turned purple and blue. Hutch looked up from the blade, looking into the skies. Maybe only he knew what he was looking for, but he did suddenly smile, a smile of endless relief. He slowly fell from the blade, sinking into endless darkness. Chapter 1876. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07:50 p.m. Chapter 1876. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1876. When? Previous chapter. Elloren watched as his grandfather slid off of his blade. He seemed to frown slightly before his brows smoothed out. By now, the way he and Hutch saw the world was simply far too different. Hutch was still bound by his duty even now, but Elloren had no loyalty to anyone outside of himself. There were many things that he couldn't be bothered to explain, even to his grandfather, but now he felt lighter. Even so, Elloren was aware that his grandfather had gone easy on him. Not once did Hutch use his spatial affinity, of which he potentially had the highest on the entirety of Earth. There was a reason Hutch was probably one of the most talented raw combatants Earth had. However, in the end, he didn't have the ability to go all out against his own grandson. In fact, he chose death. Rather than being forced to choose between what he felt was right and his own flesh and blood, this felt like the much easier path. Elloren was aware of this as well, but he wasn't moved. Of course, this wasn't to say that he didn't care about his grandfather. Rather, he felt that he could defeat his grandfather whether he went all out or not. In fact, as things stood right now, he believed that he was the strongest warrior in Earth's territory. Elloren sheathed his blade, kneeling to give grandfather's side. Carefully, he turned his grandfather over. He didn't seem to care about what was happening in the surroundings at all as he looked at the peaceful smile on Hutch's face. Elloren remained silent for a long while. The blood that pooled from the wound coated his palms, sinking into the sleeves of his white tracksuit, but he didn't seem to notice. After what must have been at least 5 minutes, he reached forward and closed his grandfather's eyes and then picked him up. No one on the battlefield seemed to have the courage to stop him. They could only watch as Elloren made his way to the front of the Ascension Palace. A surge of blade force pulsed once, then twice, cutting out a perfect piece of land with edges as smooth as a mirror surface. If one looked into it and had a keen eye, it would be possible to tell that it was exactly 6 feet deep, not a single centimeter deeper or shallower. Elloren allowed his grandfather's body to fall, but it didn't seem to follow the laws of gravity. Hutch's body fluttered like a falling snowflake, gently descending to the bottom. Elloren paused for only a moment before the hole was perfectly covered up. Unsheathing his blade, he carved out a large slab of the pearly white and gold 3/4 of his height before piercing it into the ground. With a flicker of his wrist, several beams of blade force surged forward, carving into the slab. Here lies a loyal warrior. The words were simple and unadorned, almost casual, but encompassed Hutch's life perfectly without the slightest hint of exaggeration. The location of the grave spoke all the words that needed to be spoken. Right beneath the first step of the Ascension Palace, at the very center of this war, the very center of Earth itself. It was both a sign of respect and disrespect, both a sign of closure and a furious opening. The doors to the palace opened wide as Ellerin walked around his grandfather's grave and began to walk up the steps. With the first missing, he was forced to stretch his foot out far further before he could begin to walk up slowly and steadily. He didn't even look up to meet the gaze of Noah Fox, still looking at the ground with a calm gaze as the blade force on his machete hummed. Noah stood at the tallest height of the stairs with a serious expression, his veins pulsing. His expression was just as even as Ellerin's, but comparatively speaking, his blood was boiling. He had reacted as quickly as possible, and yet it felt as though the entirety of Earth was thrown into an upheaval. Ellerin finally looked up, and Noah felt his heart skip a beat. At that moment, the calm Ellerin had a gaze that was surprisingly fiendish. His expression hadn't moved, but his eyes seemed to hold a concentrated, abyssal hell, pulsing with a furious red. Noah almost felt the need to step out of his way. Instinctually, Noah swung down his blue saber, allowing it to grow to over 10 meters long under the power of his ability index. It was as though he had seen a monster that needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible. All those with the fox name deserve death, Ellerin said lightly. Noah could hardly react. His blade passed through Ellerin as though he wasn't there at all. Clang! A machete blade rebounded against Noah's neck, leaving a white streak around what should have been a severed head. Noah's heart lurched. If it wasn't because he had sensed a threat and used his ability index to change the density and weight of his skin, that singular strike would have killed him. In fact, if it wasn't because Ellerin had underestimated him and had been too lazy to use his blade force, that one strike would have taken his life. Noah's gaze narrowed as he changed the density of his body again and allowed himself to flutter away like a leaf in the wind. Inwardly, he was more than a little shaken. When had Earth gained such a powerful, seventh-dimensional existence? This should be Hutch's grandson. He knew this much, but he hadn't displayed any outstanding abilities ever since the invasion of Terrain. Just what was going on here. Just as Noah was thinking, he inexplicably found himself standing in the same place he had been before, as though he had never fluttered away to begin with. His heart leapt into his throat. How had this happened? Before he could think, Ellerin's blade was already descending with no intention of clanging against his neck again. A bright blade force swung forth with it. Chapter 1877, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 1877. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1877. Patience Prev. Chapter Inna sat in silent meditation, her aura in perfect balance. She took deep breaths, controlling her inhale and exhale in cycles that lasted sometimes up to several minutes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes just as there was a light knocked to her and Lionel's room. "Yes, you can enter." Savon came in with a worried expression on her face, one that actually caused Aina to laugh slightly. "What is it?" Savon was speechless. "Why are you laughing? This is serious." "I don't know, this is just the first time in a while I've seen anything but a smile on your face. I found it interesting." Savon blushed, seemingly understanding what Aina was getting at. But then she remembered that she wasn't entirely without ammo in this conversation. "You want to talk? I can still smell it in the air." Aina suddenly panicked. "Smell? What smell?" Aina's head snapped around before she froze. This time, it was her turn to blush. There was no smell. Clearly Savon was just making fun of her and had won this round. Savon's laughter echoed like a silver bell. She was very used to Aina's shyness, and she used to have all sorts of fun making fun of her. After the metamorphosis, she had thought that maybe all their previous interactions had all been an act, but by now, she knew that it wasn't that the Aina she had known was fake, it was only that it was just one dimension of who she was. That Aina was just as real as this one. Aina rolled her eyes and coughed slightly, trying to clear her embarrassment. "Didn't you come here for something important? Look at you making fun of me. I'm innocent." "Yeah, sure. Savon laughed. About as innocent as a death row inmate. Seeing that Aina was too flustered to respond, Savon graciously took her victory and remembered that she had indeed come for something quite serious. They've attacked, and according to the news, Hutch has died already by the hands of his grandson. Aina fell into silence. She knew that Hutch was quite important to Lionel, although she had never interacted much with the man personally. Even so, it was impossible for her not to feel anything simply for the fact that Lionel had always seen him as a mentor. That said, before he had left, Lionel had known that this was a distinct possibility. No parent wanted to end their child's life, and there was definitely no grandparent who wanted their grandchild's life. However, Hutch had been unlucky in two ways. He had not only outlived his children, but he was faced with trouble of standing in opposition to his grandson. It was simply impossible for him to survive both. So even without being there, Lionel knew that Hutch would choose to die rather than make such a voice. It didn't matter to him that Lionel had warned him. It didn't matter to him that there was a path to survive. Hutch had always felt that this era had passed him by. Despite his talent, he never really felt the same passion he had in his youth, and maybe that was because he had simply lost too much. Even so, regardless of whether this was his choice or not, Aina knew that Lionel would take it quite hard. "What should we do?" Savon asked. Aina took a deep breath and exhaled. "Nothing. Now, isn't the time yet?" Savon's gaze flickered. Even with the capital being burned down, Aina shook her head and smiled bitterly. She couldn't repeat what Lionel had said before he left. Her thoughts flashed, and she remembered that annoying smirk on his face. "Let that old man sweat a bit," is what he had said. That man was really too much. This was an existential crisis, but he could only see his beef with his own grandfather. Of course, Aina knew the real Lionel. More likely than not, it was something that he was too lazy to explain. If he could stop the unnecessary deaths, he would, but he wasn't some sort of god. There was a limit to what he could predict and prepare for. At the same time, there was definitely something tying Emperor Fox's hands, likely the same thing tying down the four great families. It didn't make sense if only one side faced restrictions while the other side didn't. If Emperor Fox could wave a hand and deal with everything, he would have. As such, there was a certain delicate approach that was necessary. "All right, in that case, we'll be on standby," Savon nodded. She turned to leave, but hesitated for a moment. "If you need anything, I'm here to talk." Savon didn't say anything else as she left. She knew quite well that of them all, the one having the most trouble waiting patiently for the right time was Aina herself. There was nothing she wanted more than to unleash unholy hell on the Brazingers and their allies, but right now, she had to exercise patience. In that case, this was the only option. Aina smiled lightly as Savon left. Though she didn't say anything more either, the appreciation was clear in her eyes. Soon she would make that family pay in blood for what they had done to her family. Her mother. Lionel clashed against an enemy spear and slipped to the side. He activated Knight's charge and slid past the enemy's left. With a twirl of his spear, the heavy butt of the lance spear smashed into the Rapak's shoulder blade, throwing it off balance and causing its tail swing to miss and soar over Lionel's head. "Swift," Lionel said softly. His feet pivoted and the tip of his lance spear trembled, not feeling nearly as heavy as it once did. Bang, bang, bang. He pierced through space through 3 locations. At the same time, time layered as well, staking 3 strikes at each one of the 3 locations and piercing right through the Rapak's vital points. The enemy Rapaks slowly fell to the ground, unable to battle even as Lionel snatched away his spear, exhaling a slow breath. Chapter 1878. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07:50 p.m. Chapter 1878. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again. Chapter 1878. Aerial Prev. Chapter Battle. The number of territories that Lionel had already soared over 400 and the gap between him and others seemed to only be growing. These days, when he came across others, it It would be lucky if they had 20 territories to their name, let alone hundreds like he did. But there was an unfortunate drawback to having so much more territory than anyone else, and that was that he was often forced into battles before he had time to rest or even choose his own targets. With the size of his territory, he was connected across far too many locations. Even if one wasn't targeting him on purpose, accidentally strolling into his region was far too easy. If it wasn't for the fact that a territory couldn't be targeted by more than one person at once, he would have definitely suffered greatly by now. Lionel was about to take a step out of his territory when the force field solidified. He shook his head and knew that someone else had stepped forward to challenge him. With a sign, he turned and burst toward a particular direction, wanting to deal with this person as quickly as possible. Enrich, the nomad race young man with 2 arms and 6 hands, walked around with a hint of frown on his face. He felt that something was off about his surroundings, but he couldn't quite understand what it was. It was like the territories were being suffocated by something, but it wasn't immediately obvious what it was. His first assumption was that it was Idrim. Usually, the tribulation would do certain things to force battle and force the geniuses to face off against one another. For example, the fact that you couldn't absorb the strength of a defeated enemy was a conscious choice rather than a bug. This was to force the geniuses to battle as much as possible, as often as possible, or else you'd lag far behind your peers by the time you came across one of them. And even if by some miracle you managed to defeat them, that strength would vanish forever. This wasn't the only thing in this vein, either. Sometimes treasure territories where there would be the reward of a spear or armor or technique at the end would appear in between 2 territories to incentivize battle. Or sometimes a powerful beast territory would appear, and by claiming it, one could spawn new beasts ahead of time without having to cross into a new grade. However, the occurrences of such things were suspiciously low during this round, almost as though the tribulation was content with the level of activity. But why was it that Enrich felt that this was all nonsense? He had hardly run into any challenge at all, and he had only run into a single treasure territory, whereas by now he should have run into at least 3. Enrich shook his head. At the same time, several other geniuses were feeling the same exact way. Among them, there was Pyrrhina of the Dwarven race, or more specifically, since she was a woman, she was a pixie. Just like the members of the other races, she had her own advantages. Namely, thanks to her wings, she was able to get a landscape of the surroundings that everyone else couldn't, and she could find her targets far quicker than most. As such, much like Lionel, she cleared zone much faster than most others, and by now, she had already crossed the silver grade. As a genius of the Dwarven race, she had felt the same problem Enrich had. Compared to the descriptions of her family's record, this was much different than what she had expected. Too different. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and her gaze landed on a figure shuttling through the forest below with great speed. Her wings fluttered once, and she rose higher into the air, choosing caution first. Although she was an absolute genius of her race, her first instinct was still caution. The Dwarven race was one of the weaker races right there with humans. They just used their ingenuity to make up for it. Long before she was a genius, she was a pixie. However, despite her caution, the young man below snapped his gaze upward, seeing her instantly. His gaze is that sharp? How is that possible? Is he a special demon race? Pyrrhina was caught off guard. She thought she was high enough and far enough away to not be spotted instantly. Down below, Lionel's gaze narrowed. He had defeated several Dwarven race members by now, but none of them could fly that high. Flight wasn't a simple thing, especially in a world of force like this one. Even if you had wings, there were limitations. Even in a third-dimensional world, a bird could soar into the skies indefinitely. The fact that this woman could fly so high definitely meant that she was a genius. That should mean she has a lot of territories. Lionel's gaze flashed, and he suddenly tilted his lance spear upward. Knight's charge. Under Pyrrhina's astonished gaze, Lionel suddenly drew a line through the skies, charging straight through the air and appearing level with her in the blink of an eye. Lionel thrust his lance spear out, a vicious momentum being carried behind its devastating weight. Although she was caught off guard, Pyrrhina still reacted quickly, flapping her wings just once and angling her body to the side. At the same time, she pierced out with her own spear, aiming for the side of Lionel's in a parrying action. She had seen through Lionel's weakness in an instant. Jumping into the skies like this made him a sitting duck. She only had to dodge once, and then he would become nothing more than her plaything. However, to Pyrrhina's astonishment, Lionel only muttered under his breath once, and a barrier radiated out from him, rippling out and slowing her spear by half. But what was maybe even more shocking was that her movement in the air also slowed a measure. A parry required precise timing. With it thrown off like this, she missed, her spear hitting nothing but air. Lionel used the lingering momentum of Knight's charge to glide by Pyrrhina and enter the airspace just above her. With a pivot of his hips and a swing of his spear, just as his upward momentum came to an end, he viciously attacked her back, swinging with all his might. Bang! Pyrrhina froze for a moment as though the time frame of the blade, connecting with her, was extended into infinity. Instantly she knew that one of her wings had been crippled. Boom! The sound barrier shattered as she sped toward the ground like a streaking bullet. Chapter 1879, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 1879. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again. Chapter 1879. Freely Prev, Chapter Lionel, began to rapidly descend from the air, his speed picking up with every passing moment. The harsh winds blew against his white fur coat, threatening to blow his hood bad entirely. And yet, he aimed his lance spear forward toward the still growing crater in the ground, and did something even more insane. Knight's charge. Lionel drew a line diagonally and down through the skies, accelerating his downward momentum and appearing above the crater in the blink of an eye. He moved so fast that the crater below hadn't even begun to settle by the time he swung again with a fierce momentum. Pyrrhina was still in a daze, having suffered a crippled wing just an instant later, all while having her ribs shattered and all the air knocked out from her lungs. If not for a protective treasure she had protecting her, that single strike might have very well ended her life. Even in comparison to humans, the bones of the dwarven race were incredibly fragile and most hollow. This was why they could fly with such small and weak wings to begin with, and also why their bodies were so much shorter than that of other races. If they grew too large, they would collapse under their own weight. That kind of harsh, blunt damage was the kind Pyrrhina feared most, and yet another barrage was already coming. Pyrrhina grit her teeth, watching Lionel descend like a blazing meteor. Her green irises flickered once, as though to memorize his face, before her one good wing flapped as hard as it could. Her body was flung up and out toward her left, just barely streaking by as Lionel collided with the ground. Boom! Pyrrhina hoped that Lionel had bit off more than he could chew. Falling to the ground with that kind of speed without something to break his fall should have at least jarred him. Until now, Pyrrhina hadn't even realized that Lionel was a human because she didn't have the time to pay attention to such things. To her, he must have been from a sturdy race, which was why he dared to do such a thing. But so long as he missed her, he would have to deal with the impact all on his own. To her shock, though, that weird blue ripple formed again, slowing Lionel's fall just when it seemed that he would cause himself devastating injury. Even so, half of that impact strength should have been enough to harm him severely, or so Pyrrhina thought. Unfortunately for her, she was measuring Lionel by the standards of her current body and upscaling it to a race with stronger bones than her own. This seemed logical to her, because she didn't think anyone could clear territories faster than she could. But she was wrong. Not only had Lionel cleared far more, his body was far sturdier as a result. He had consumed easily what amounted to be at least 50% more beast crystals than the person in second place currently. Comparing her current body to his own was asking to be humiliated. Pyrrhina spiraled into the ground with a somewhat helpless expression as she watched Lionel spring up as though nothing had happened, shooting toward her direction with yet another knight's charge. Inwardly, she was exasperated. Who had allowed this human to gain a weapon with such an ability attached to it? Wait, human! Pyrrhina's eyes widened as Lionel's spear descended. Wait, wait! I have something useful for you. Don't kill me. The dwarven race didn't have the same culture of valiance that the other races did. They placed survival first and foremost, and they sought it at any cost. Another genius might have felt too prideful to beg, but Pyrrhina felt that in the face of someone obviously stronger than you, such pride was only useful in getting you killed faster. Lionel didn't originally have the intention of killing Pyrrhina to begin with. He had killed a few geniuses during these tribulations, but those were either people who had pissed him off or didn't know how to give in. He didn't have the time to coddle everyone. His spear came to a stop just above Pyrrhina's head. Pyrrhina, who had closed her eyes, slowly opened them again and sighed a breath of relief. However, she panicked again when she saw that Lionel was reaching for her spear. Wait! Lionel frowned, looking to raise his spear again. What was this woman trying to pull here, exactly? He didn't have the patience for this. Also, he could tell that her power wasn't bad, and given her flight advantage, she should have cleared quite a number of territories. Lionel didn't understand why he should spare such a person. Plus, if he spared her, how would they deal with this? The territory barriers wouldn't open up again until one of them was dealt with. Lionel had already tested this. If it could, he might not have backtracked to deal with her first. By now, Lionel was getting a bit antsy. He didn't know that everyone was experiencing a shortage of treasure territories due to his actions, so he felt the fact that he only had 2 silver-grade treasures would come back to bite him eventually. All this time, aside from his stronger power and speed, his greatest advantage was that his weapon was better than everyone else's. But now the best he ran into all had silver-grade spears. If he wanted to maintain his advantage, he needed something better, which was why he was pushing so hard to leave his territory. But his territory was so large and had so many entry points that he couldn't even do that without receiving challenge after challenge. So he was already frustrated. If Pyrrhina tested his patience, she would just have to join the short list of those he had killed in this tribulation. Don't! I have a treasure that can allow one of us to exit a territory unimpeded. It's useful to you, no? If I stay here, no one can enter your territory because it will be in an active state, but you can move freely. Chapter 1880. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 1880. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1880. Even so. Previous chapter. Lionel paused, his gaze flickering. This sounded like a top-class treasure, but even without his usual thinking speed, he could already see several drawbacks to it. For one, even if you can leave your territory, just like Pyrrhina said, it would still be in an active state. As such, there would be a lot of things you couldn't do, like fusing new territories into it or beginning to spawn newer and more powerful beasts. This treasure was probably best used as an escape measure to leave the territories of others if you accidentally ran into an opponent far more powerful than yourself. If you used it to escape your own territory, you would always have to come back to it eventually and deal with the enemy you left behind. So, unless you found a powerful treasure on the outside, the end result would be the same. However, considering how rare those were, Lionel wouldn't hold his breath. This was the main problem. If Lionel used Pyrrhina to block off entry to his territory, it would only be useful for so long. By the time he got to the gold grade, not only would he not be able to fuse his territories, but he would also be caught up to by the others due to an inability to spawn beasts. "I'm not interested," Lionel said coldly. "You have 2 choices. Obediently hand over your spear, and you keep your life, or don't and I kill you and take your spear anyway." Pyrrhina sighed when she heard this. She had tried, but at least she wouldn't lose her life. She was hoping to hit the gold grade, but silver wasn't terrible either. It was a slight disappointment, but not devastating. With a flick of her wrist, she sent her spear over to Lionel, But even as she faded away, nursing her injuries, she burned Lionel's face into her mind. Lionel's gaze narrowed slightly. He could tell that while Purina's outward showing was demure and flexible, her heart burned with a similar fire as all the others. She was an interesting character. Clearly she could lay down her pride, but she had values she wouldn't compromise. When she vanished, an orb and a hidden armor was left behind. Lionel stripped down and placed the hidden armor under everything and then took the orb, tossing it in his palm. This should be the treasure that Purina was talking about. Lionel didn't care much for it, though he didn't really have any intention of running from a battle, and he didn't think there was anyone who could make him do it either. But there was no need to throw away decent enough treasure. Suddenly, Lionel's gaze flickered. She lied. Purina probably didn't expect Lionel to have the skill to tell. Outside of the person who had claimed the treasure, the true function of a treasure wouldn't magically download its uses into your mind. When Lionel had taken Alarina's armor, he had to learn how to use it himself, and the same was the case for this orb. After looking at it and checking into his force arts, Lionel realized that this orb's ability wasn't as simple as Purina made it out to be. In fact, it was of the gold grade, and it allowed you to freely change the state of your territory. Lionel realized that if he had taken Purina up on her offer and left, she could have used his orb to claim his territory for herself, and then rushed away to a new territory while he was away. By the time he came back, he would find himself locked out of his own territory. Of course, to pull that off, Purina would have to give up the orb and let Lionel control, but who knew what other tricks she had to deal with that? Lionel looked down at the flexible armor he had put on without thinking much and realized that it too had an ability. What a tricky little woman. I actually thought about accepting her offer too. There are just too many drawbacks. The flexible armor's defense wasn't great, but its ability was very useful. It allowed you to tether a home location onto an object and have it appear there with a thought. Usually, this would be most useful in helping yourself to avoid danger. But if Purina had tethered it to the orb instead, she wouldn't have to risk ever losing it to Lionel. She would get the territory, keep her life, and be a large way to the gold grade. Lionel smiled and shook his head. He had a feeling that he would meet this tricky woman again. But next time, he would have his ability index. He really wanted to see what tricks she would have for him then. Lionel tossed the orb and caught it. With these two treasures, the rest of this will be even easier. I should hit gold grade by the end of the day. With a thought, Lionel turned his territory into an active one, barring anyone from entering as he rushed out. Finally, he could pick his own target. The turmoil in Earth's territory only seemed to be growing. The dichotomy between regions of chaos and regions of absolute silence was palpable. From space above, it almost looked like different worlds were colliding. On one side, there was lush greenery and endless expanses of nature, and on the other there were acres of raging fire and plumes of smoke that fought against the white clouds in the sky. But oddly enough, after the initial huge swing in the favor of the rebels and the four great family geniuses, nothing happened. Well, maybe this wasn't entirely accurate as a descriptor. It was more appropriate to say that things entered a stalemate. Prince Noah Fox was beaten back by Ellerin, almost losing his life several times. However, after realizing that he was no match for Hutch's grandson, Jessica Scarlet and the young heir of the Dove family appeared to support him, causing the battle to become a 3 versus 1 with no clear victor in sight. However, what was especially odd was that Ellerin didn't seem to be pushing for victory. It was then that the geniuses of the 4 great families descended onto the capital, and everything seemed to change. In the skies, King Arthur stood across from Adrin. He had just failed to stop the others from returning to Earth, and now he was forced to face off against a tough enemy. He shook his head inwardly, looking toward Earth. He felt that his decision was correct, but even so, he didn't feel that Earth had anything capable of withstanding those monsters, at least not without Lionel here. Chapter 1881, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 1881. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 1881. He is. Previous chapter. You are King Arthur? Adrin asked with a dark expression. HM? Arthur frowned, not quite understanding the hostility. After all, it was Adrin leading a rebellion, not him. Unless he was made about the death of that blondie from earlier. But he doubted that the relationship between the four families was that close. They were more tied by benefits than relationships. At least that was the feeling he got from his years of experience. How could Arthur know that the reason Adrin was unhappy was because the Camelot Zone was the very one his sister had almost lost her life in? On top of that, it was the zone that had led little Nana to having such a codependency on Lionel. Sometimes, Adrin wondered who the true elder brother was between the two of them. Of course, Adrin wasn't petty enough to hate Lionel for this. After all, he had returned the favor back then, although Lionel didn't quite need it. That said, that didn't mean he forgave everyone else that was involved. The secrets of what happened back then in the Camelot Zone were still relatively unknown. It was hard to tell who had interfered and almost turned it into a unique zone. Even Lionel, who had been targeted as a result of it, wasn't 100% certain of who had acted back then. With that perspective, Adrin didn't have enough animosity toward the Pendragon family to go out of his way to seek them. But now that he was here and bound by duty, it made it convenient. Without answering to Arthur's curiosities, Adrin directly attacked, placing the former on his back foot. Arthur's expression darkened. Ever since he had come into his own with these odd new abilities, he had very rarely met anyone who was his match. In fact, other than when battling his daughter, everything else was far too simple. Unfortunately, it seemed that his work was cut out for him this time. He had only attacked once, but everything seemed to deflect off of those transparent scales that coated Adrin's body. Luckily, they weren't completely out of luck. While Arthur was blocked by Adrin, there were other powerhouses of Camelot more than prepared to make a move. At that moment, Avalon made its first large movements ever since the war over a decade ago. Mordred led a strong troop below, storming into the capital. At first, they were all cautious. With a rebellion like this, maybe one of the biggest issues was actually telling who was friend and who was foe. Mordred hadn't even ruled out the possibility that there might be some enemies hidden within Camelot as well. It was impossible to tell. However, after the rust was kicked off and clear lines were drawn, Mordred's wand danced across the air almost as though she was performing an elegant sword dance. With her, as the vanguard and her vicious demon army to her back, they tore a path to the center of the battlefield, trying to effect as much change as they could. Mordred had never felt more powerful. In the past, she would have to patiently accumulate dark force for her spells, even to the point where she felt far more comfortable in the world of demons as opposed to the land where she was born. But after awakening to Shadow Sovereign as her ability index, it felt like she had an entire world of dark force to tap into whenever she wanted. Curses flooded the air, debuffing enemies. Lances, arrows, and javelins filled the air, wafting a dense black fog as they manifested from spinning magic circles. At the same time, the land seemed to be slowly being corrupted step by step. Mordred's demons suddenly shot out from behind her, raising shields and heavy weapons as they cleared the path forward. As the tides of the battle slowly turned, Mordred sighed inwardly. She knew that the other shoe was going to drop soon, mostly because Lionel had made it obvious that it would. If this was enough, he wouldn't have emphasized caution so much at this point. Through the carnage of the battle, up ahead toward the palace that seemed to be about to be burnt down to the ground, the clash of Ellerin and Jessica, Tyrion and Noah entered her sights. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the kind of power Ellerin had. Suddenly, her head turned in a different direction. There's the other shoe. Mordred mumbled in her mind. Mordred looked toward a descending group of youths with a solemn expression. Namely, she was almost entirely focused on just one young lady. She looked almost adorable despite the fact she should have been well in her 30s by this point. She had bob-cut blue hair and bangs, just barely short enough to stay out of her eyes. Her eyes were large, and she blinked continuously as though she was still fascinated by the world around her. But she was powerful, almost too powerful. The moment she touched the ground, in the surrounding near-kilometer distance, almost everyone froze. This wasn't because of sudden sweeping cold, or even out of fear. It was a raw, unbridled power of restriction that the young woman didn't even seem to activate consciously. If she was in range of that, Mordred wasn't even sure if she could break free, let alone battle against it. The young woman didn't even have to raise a finger. The moment she descended, the few that had followed after her burst into action, cutting down all enemies in sight. In what felt like no more than a few seconds, a tenth of the army was rendered entirely useless. If Mordred had made small pushes to better their situation, the appearance of this individual had completely swung the tide. However, just as Mordred was about to grit her teeth, feeling that she was probably the only one who could stop what was happening right now, a man appeared before the ground out of nowhere. He wore a pair of clear glasses, his dressing immaculate as not a single fabric was out of place. He clasped his hands behind his back, and the innocent expression of the young woman seemed to be colored with confusion for a moment. For some reason, she couldn't bind this man as casually as the others. There was a man the people of Earth too often forgot. The man who had the official position of heir to the Ascension Empire, Princess Eleanor's elder brother, Lionel Morales' uncle, and Noah Fawkes' father, Galeron Fawkes. Chapter 1882. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 1882. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1882. Children Prev. Chapter The Rampage of the Brazingers. Adernus, Crutus, and Lavis came to a halt before this man. Even so, much like Mordred, he only had eyes for little Nana who stood right before him. He didn't even spare a glance toward his son who was currently fighting for his life. The four great families are not welcome here, Galeron said lightly. I don't have a passion for killing children, so don't force my hand. Raffer's gaze narrowed. He didn't dare to say anything. He knew his limits quite well. The gap between the sixth dimension and seventh was already something that even the greatest talent had a hard time bridging, let alone the gap between the sixth dimension and a great talent of the seventh dimension like this man. Nana, this man will have to be left up to you, a young man of the Aderna family said. MM. Nana nodded, but didn't make a move immediately. Where is Lionel? I want to talk to him. Galeron's expression was just the same, but he found this line of questioning to be interesting. My nephew has more important matters to deal with. Nephew? You are Lionel's uncle? I am, Galeron replied plainly. Nana hesitated. She didn't want to fight Lionel's uncle. Seeing this scene, the others were exasperated, but without a Drin here, no one dared to order this little powerhouse around with impunity. Plus, although Nana was a little naive, she wasn't a fool. She had the capability of understanding what was at stake just like the rest of them could. Nana bit her lips. Do you know when he will be back? That I do not know. Galeron didn't actually know where Lionel was. The latter had only come by a few weeks ago to inform them of some things before leaving. A lot like his father, his nephew refused to explain anything in clear terms. The two liked to butt heads, but they were practically the same person. Then, excuse me, Nana suddenly moved. Although her body had been entirely relaxed a moment ago, her explosive speed was enough to leave cold shivers running down the spine of the spectators. Her delicate palm crashed through the air with more speed than the wind trying to move around it could muster, causing the pressure to accumulate along her skin with an explosive might. Galeron, though, the one facing this palm strike, didn't seem to be moved in the slightest. His tidy hair fluttered and his clothing rippled somewhat. Even before the strike landed, he actually took the time to smooth out those wrinkles before he looked up and pushed his hand forward slowly, as though he was using it as a knife to cut into a soft layer of cake. Nana's large blue eyes blinked. She instinctually reacted to the danger thrumming in her heart, and a layer of transparent blue scaled immediately coated her palm, wrist, and up the length of her forearm. The members of the Aderna family who saw this couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Nana almost never used her lineage factor. Nana had something that could only be described as innate battle sense, something that usually only manifested in Brazingers. Her ability to deploy her power was perfect, and she never used more strength than was necessary. Never. Due to her strength, she would often still have piles of trump cards left and used after a battle. For her to bring out something so core to her greatest power before her first strike even landed said a lot about her opponent. Bang! Galeron's slow hand knife caused Nana to take 3 heavy steps backward. She looked toward her hand as though she was a hint of surprise. She hadn't felt her body trembling like this after an exchange in a very long time. She wasn't even entirely sure of what had just happened. Galeron didn't seem to have used any force, and unlike Elleron's strikes, which only seemed to be slow, Galeron's strike truly was so. Attack speed was higher than movement speed for obvious reasons, and yet it had taken Galeron the entire length of Nana's run toward him to complete his strike. Without speed, there could be no power. This was simple logic. The only way for something to be both powerful and slow was for it to be heavy. However, Galeron lacked in both aspects. His body was as light as a feather. That much Nana was certain of. On top of that, his strike was slow. Nothing seemed to make any sense. "This is the last opportunity one will give you," Galeron said softly. "I don't like to bully children, so please leave." A member of the Crutus family couldn't seem to take it anymore, their green hair whipping about wildly as they pointed a finger toward Galeron. "You say that, and yet didn't you wipe out all 4 of our families? How many innocent children were among that number? Don't bullshit us." Galeron's expression remained unchanged. "Those were not actions taken by me. In addition, speaking of morality in war is a bit foolish, do you not think?" Hearing Galeron say this, the others were speechless. Wasn't he the one who brought up morality first by saying he didn't want to kill children? Which was it exactly? "I don't see this as a war. I see this as a lashing out by children who are looking to impress their parents." Galeron's gaze shifted and landed on Raffer. In that moment, Raffer shivered from head to toe. Why did it feel like he was completely seen through in that instant? This attack is disorganized, it's clearly sporadic, and it's a shame that the powers that have taken your side can't see that. Or maybe they do and have no choice but to follow through anyway because they've received too many benefits from you. But what I can say is that there is only one way this ends for you, and that's in a complete and utter loss. It was clear that compared to his father and even his own son, the seemingly stoic Galeron was far more talkative. "Oh, is that so?" Raffer forced himself to regain his composure and sneered. "This runs far deeper than you think it does. Come out." Raffer roared. "Is that right?" Galeron pushed his glasses up. "You're calling 4th Minister Maya, the former Secretary Marquisette Maya. Is that right?" Raffer froze. In fact, Maya, who was prepared to make her move, also froze at that moment. Chapter 1883. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 1883. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1883. Maya and Silaprev. Chapter Galeron was unmoved by Raffer's surprise. But this wasn't because he had known for a very long time. It was instead because he had learned of the oddity himself via Lionel not too long ago. The former Secretary Marquisette Maya, now turned Imperial Minister, was a very odd story, not because it was overly complex, but because of how covert and secretive it had been. If not for a small mistake Maya had made almost 3 decades ago now, this matter may very well have been entirely devastating. The first time Lionel met Maya, she actually had an entirely different look, and he almost lost his life at the hands of her schemes. Back then, she had been a captain of the Slayer Legion, and his interactions with her could only be said to have been far from pleasant. The two women, or rather two identities, couldn't have been further from one another. One was a leader of the rebels, and the other was a high official for the Empire. One was obese and quite ugly, while the other was a voluptuous, mature beauty who turned heads just by walking down the street. The two didn't seem to have any connection with one another, and their stories only seemed to diverge more and more as the years went on. The captain of the Slayer Legion, Identity Captain, Cell, slowly worked her way up the ranks, becoming a prominent figure in the Slayer Legion, a fact that likely resulted in the many traitors that had appeared today. On the other side, the Secretary Marquisette Identity had worked her way into the Royal Blue Fort, becoming the new first wife of Governor Duke Luem and birthing his child. The last time Lionel had even thought of this woman, it was for the sake of laughing at the plight of Miles Luem. Back then, it was Miles and Simeon who had acted together to launch bombs after Lionel in his attempt to escape from the fort. That had led to Aina being severely injured and the pair of lovebirds being separated for a time. Due to that event, Miles had been scapegoated by his father, who had been in the capital at the time, and the child Governor Duke Luem, sired with Maya, became the new heir to the Governor Duke family. This felt like a satisfying conclusion to the story, and it would have been as such had Maya not had a second identity. But between then and now, she had climbed from Secretary Marquisette to wife of Governor Duke to Imperial Minister. What was especially odd about this was that Imperial Minister was a higher status than Secretary Marquisette, but this wasn't necessarily the case for the title of Governor Duke. However, rather than using her child to leverage a Governor Duke position, Maya had chosen to come to the heart of the capital instead, sinking her claws into the heart of both the Slayer Legion and the capital. This woman was very clearly smart, conniving, and exceptionally patient, having laid down her plans for decades. So what had exposed her in the end? It was something quite simple, actually, her choice in perfume. Back then, Lionel had felt that Captain Sella's fragrance was familiar, but his memory had been far weaker during that time. It was only after he joined Valiant Heart Mountain and replaced his Soul Force with Dream Force did his memory become sharp to the point of even remembering his time spent as a baby in his mother's arms. After that, all of Lionel's memories were retroactively etched into his mind like stone, quite nearly infallible. Of course, back then, he still hadn't made the connection immediately. While remembering his mother was important to him, knowing the fragrance of a random woman was meaningless to him. However, while Lionel was preparing for this war, he would obviously pool together all of the knowledge he had. In addition, as a prince of the Empire, he had access to all of the information he could ever want to know about the various nobles and the Slayer Legion, on top of whatever the etching metal organization could gather up. The final nail in the coffin was Maya's ability index. It was labeled quite simply, allowing her to maintain her youth. When Lionel first met her, she was a woman well into her twilight years, and yet she looked like a 20-year-old bombshell just entering her prime. This seemed to check out, but then Lionel's dreamscape sparked. What other abilities could allow a person to appear much younger than they were? When one framed it that way, the answer almost seemed far too obvious. Obviously, if a person could shape-shift, wouldn't making a change as simple as age be as easy as breathing? In addition, choosing to outwardly display your ability index in that way would make people think you were far more limited than you truly were. It was almost too easy for Maya to get away with this. Back when the metamorphosis first descended, Earth's ability to detect ability indexes was incredibly crude. It could only classify Lionel's ability index as an S-grade sensory type ability. As for Aina, it classified hers as an S-grade healing type ability. Of course, it would be too vague to expose Maya. On top of that, if exposing an enemy's ability index was so easy, then so many in the dimensional verse wouldn't hold their ability index out as a trump card. The details of one's ability index was almost always a secret one would hold close to their chests. Maya would have never thought that her years of diligent planning would be exposed by something so simple. Even now, after Galerin had spoken, she had no idea what had exposed her. Even so, there was nothing she could do but step out slowly. Since it had come to this point, there was no time for more preparation. There was only the final step remaining. Maya stepped down from the sky, expressionlessly, descending as though a deity. To her back, two very young men followed. While many on the battlefield only looked like they were in the 20s but were really much older, both of these young men truly were that young. With a slight flicker of light, all three changed, and all three became members of the cloud race. Galerin turned from Raffer and sized up Maya before opening his mouth slightly. "What is your relationship with Greros?" Maya's gaze narrowed when she heard the question. "Oh, you might not know him by that name. I mean the member of your race who targeted the chaotic water sector." Maya's pupils constricted into pinholes. "Seems like you don't know, a pity." Galerin said lightly. "What happened to Joram? Is that his name?" Galerin asked, seemingly not expecting an answer. "Well, I assume by now his days aren't too good after being caught by shield cross stars." Maya's gaze seemed to tremble again. "Are these your sons?" Galerin continued without a care for Maya's reaction. "I assumed that you had real children just for the chance to replace them with full-fledged members of your race. Your plans run quite deep and are even crueler than they are meticulous." Maya slowly regained her composure, but didn't seem to have the intention of replying directly. "Even so, your ending won't be much different from Joram." Galerin spoke calmly and evenly, just as a loud boom echoed across the horizon. Boom! At that moment, an enormous flagship appeared in the skies. However, rather than descending, it began to fuse into what was once an invisible network of force arts, the very same force arts that had caught the Brazingers earlier. The force art that covered the entire planet solidified all at once, and a brilliant violet-gold array of complex gears, runes, and mechanisms replaced the white clouds and blue skies above. Maya's heart skipped a beat. She didn't need to check to know that even if tried now, she would have no ability to escape this battle. It was either she won or she died here. The flagship opened, and a young woman appeared at the helm. In her small hands, a battle axe with a polearm over 2 meters long angled forward, its dual blades so large that they curve for over 6 feet from tip to tip. Sparks of black lightning and dense crimson fog hung around her, an oppressive aura suffocating everything. One after another, powerful warriors appeared from her back, leaping off the side of the flagship and falling like streaking meteors. Bang! The earth rose like a tide, rippling out in all directions. High in the skies, Aina still stood at the helm of the flagship, unmoving. She took deep breaths, her gaze slowly landing on the Brazingers below. Veins pulsed through her body, her heart beating with the heaviness of a mountain. For some reason, when they saw this gaze, they felt themselves shiver. Those piercing golden eyes wanting for nothing more than murder. "Kill," Aina said lightly, lifting her battle axe and slamming the butt of its polearm into the ground. At that moment, the force art rippled and barriers descended one by one. In that moment, Earth was divided into 11 sections, the capital, 9 provinces, and a vast ocean, in addition to being completely isolated from the outside world. Now, it was impossible to seek reinforcements. Aina took a step and began to free fall from the skies above, her speed becoming faster and faster without her giving the slightest intention to stop. Boom! Chapter 1885, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 1885. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1885. Quite well. Previous chapter, tsunami-like tides of earth rushed in all directions. Aina's feet stabilized, her knees hardly bending beneath the impact. Wild surges of oppressive might press down, the suffocating scent of blood pervading the air. Despite the fact there were several seventh-dimensional experts around her, None could seem to take their eyes off of the crimson armored Valkyrie in the center of them all. It almost didn't seem right for such a young face to carry such fury and animosity. Even without a hint of fire force, the temperature rose by several degrees every second, only becoming more savage as Aina walked forward. All of a sudden, Aina's figure vanished. When she appeared again, the heads of what must have been at least a dozen Cloud Race members flew into the air. No, it was less accurate to say that she had appeared and more accurate to say that a scythe-like blade of Axe Force had. Her own movements felt far too fast to track. One could only seem to follow her by watching the fall of enemies and blinding blades of crimson. Just a moment ago, the fear and oppression of the Cloud Race had been so heavy. Just with a single look, these veterans of battle could tell just how much strength these members of another race had. However, before that fear could even solidify, their massacre had become. Aina didn't seem to know fatigue, and for a moment, it truly felt like she was the only battling at all. Tides of blood rose into the air, forming dozens of blood-red roses that ground their way through the battlefield with impunity. It seemed the more Aina killed, the more vicious her killing methods became. The others hadn't even gotten a chance to act yet, but hundreds had already fallen beneath her blade. Her hair fluttered in the air, a wild crimson aura forming around her body, piercing into the skies above. The brazen oars in the distance couldn't help but tremble. This level of the Berserk War god lineage factor was something they had only seen in a very small number of their kind. They couldn't understand how this half-blood could reach it. Maya's expression changed as well. She hadn't wanted to step in immediately to allow her Cloud Race to establish their dominance. But this little girl was very clearly a top-tier genius. The effect she had wanted was immediately suffocated. She took a step forward, prepared to end it. But her gaze narrowed as she felt a pair of eyes land on her. "It can't be that you want to act against my little niece-in-law, right?" Galerin asked lightly. Maya sneered. "This is the first time I've met such arrogant humans. In the cloud domain, the likes of you could only obediently spend their lives in chains, bound like dogs and destined to serve others for the whole of their existence. Do you think you have the right to speak to me this way?" Maya raised her hand as though she was going to act anyway, but one of the young men by her side grabbed her forearm. "You don't need to step in personally for something like this, Mother. Arden is more than enough." The second young man's lip twitched. This older brother of his was so lazy. He wanted to pretend to be cool, and yet he was placing the task on his shoulders instead. It didn't matter much to him, though. He was beginning to feel a bit antsy regardless. Arden flickered and vanished without a word, executing the unique movement technique of the Cloud Race. He became completely amorphous, weaving through the battlefield in a cloud of gray, white, and gold. Hey, the queen is on a roll right now. Not just any nobody can attack her. Bang! A figure seemed to appear from nowhere, his shadow forming a crane-like posture as he kicked out. Arden almost couldn't react in time to a foot nearly connecting with his face. Almost immediately, Arden canceled his movement technique and crossed his arms over his face. Arden's pupils constricted when he felt the force of the kick. He took several steps backward, nearly losing his balance as a tall man with horrible posture landed before him. Hephaestus stood with a sharp-toothed grin. "If you don't get out of my way, Dash. Cut the crap. Your race of people seem to do a lot of talking. Are you going to fight or not?" Hephaestus had already moved as he said this, a twin pair of jagged bone daggers appearing in his hands as he flashed forward, appearing before Arden in a blink. Arden's brows furrowed as he dodged backward. He should have already realized after the first kick, but this enemy was, indeed, difficult to deal with. "It's up to you, brother," Arden shouted. T.S.K. useless, Maya's first son, Orin, clicked his tongue before diving down as well. But before he could make it far, a blade force threatened to smite him, surging from the air and piercing through everything in its wake. Orin came to a stop immediately, pausing just before the piercing blade could take his head. Bang! Joel appeared holding a silver black halberd. He wasn't nearly as talkative as Hephaestus, but his actions spoke loud enough. As Aina continued her massacre, both of Maya's sons found their paths forward impeded. It was clear to the both of them that there would be no extricating themselves in short order. Maya frowned. This situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Her two sons were both born on Earth for the purpose of this mission. They had the talent of the cloud race while benefiting from Earth's talent as well. With the two of them, this matter should have been easily dealt with, but for some reason it was the exact opposite. The both of them were still in the sixth dimension, so she knew they hadn't truly come into their own yet, but this was more troublesome than she thought. She thought she had understood the strength of Earth quite well. So what was this? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1886. Published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 1886. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1886. That's enough. Previous chapter Aina didn't seem to see any of what was happening around her. Every time she came across an enemy, she would swing with all her might, and yet her stamina seemed to be entirely endless. Even putting her everything into every strike, she had still yet to sweat a single bead. With every step she took, she closed the distance between herself and the Brazinger geniuses. It soon became quite obvious that she wanted their heads. She didn't care how deep into the battlefield they were. She didn't care how many she had to kill to get to them. She didn't even care if they ran toward her or ran away. No matter what, trapped in this cage, her blade would reach them eventually. Raffer and the others were stuck in an awkward situation. To their front, Nana protected them from Galerin. But Galerin was also in a partial stalemate with Maya, seemingly controlling her movements as well. Galerin had told them to leave, but even if they had a change of heart and took such an option now, it was impossible. There was simply no leaving with the restrictions placed down. The only two seven-dimensional experts they had with them were both occupied, one being little Nana, and the other being her elder brother who was still battling King Arthur above. As things stood now, this was a very poor position to be in. While the battle in the capital seemed to be reaching a choke point where very few would survive, other regions were suffering from different circumstances. The sudden lockdown of Earth placed the defecting faction in a state of unrest. Originally, many of them had chosen not to act due to a confluence of reasons, but the ultimate deciding factor for many was that neither the Cloud Race nor the four great families required them to battle. Sitting on the sidelines was an easy decision for many of them, especially when the alternative required battling alien races so much more talented than them. However, what they hadn't expected was for the Ascension Empire to have such a contingency. Now, they were all trapped like rats. Within the White Angel province, previously ruled by the Siegfried family and now taken over by the Bennett family, James' father was oddly calm, in sharp contrast to his son, who could only look up at the birdcage they were all stuck in with a pale face. James hadn't even been able to make a decision before this happened. James didn't fear battle. He didn't fear battle, nor did he fear death, but for some reason, he couldn't control the blood draining from his face. He felt as though something was slipping away right before him, and he couldn't grasp exactly what it was. But in typical fashion, his father didn't seem to realize it all. "They're here," Governor Duke Bennett suddenly spoke. At that moment, the courtyard they were in rumbled and several figures appeared. However, not a single one of them was human. There were only a small number, just a dozen or so, but every one of them was a member of the Cloud Race. Governor Duke Bennett casually sipped his tea. "You." When James saw this, he froze, unable to breathe. Now he understood where that uncomfortable feeling had come from. His father wasn't just betraying the Ascension Empire, he was betraying the human race. No matter how James felt, he could understand and even somewhat support his father's disregard of the Ascension Empire. Their family could have never lost the Governor Duke position to begin with had it not been by tacit acceptance of the Fox family. Back then, they had closed one eye and allowed their family, a family that had been there to support the Empire from the very beginning, to fall into depravity. If it hadn't been for the tenacity of his grandfather and his father after him, the Bennett family would have been eradicated by their enemies, let alone managing to maintain hold over a Tier 5 official position like they had. However, Governor Duke Bennett waved a hand to signal his son to remain silent. "What's the plan from here?" he asked. "From my understanding, there are very few of you stationed outside of the capital, as the original plan was to flatten them in one go." One of the Cloud Race individuals sneered. "We've already checked the formation. It has no other abilities other than to trap us within. But what good is it to trap yourself in the cage with a lion? Wouldn't the result be the same? In fact, this situation is even better for us. The capital will be dealt with in even shorter order. The plan hasn't changed at all. Just patiently wait." I see. That's about what I thought, but the Fox family isn't as simple as you think. I hope you all aren't taking this lightly. I've already taken the liberty of making a few contingencies in case of your failure. Our failure? Huh. The Cloud Race man chuckled. "You are quite arrogant for a human." Governor Duke Bennett sipped at his tea. "I'm only doing what is necessary for my family to flourish." James stood to the side, practically vibrating. "That's enough." The roar shook the estate. The Governor Duke looked toward his son and raised an eyebrow. James shivered when he saw that look, all of his momentum being doused in a bucket of cold water. He had seen that look too many times before, and he always shrunk before it. James clenched his fists and lowered his head, his next words becoming caught in his throat. The Cloud Race man raised an eyebrow. "Is this going to be a problem?" "Why would it be a problem? He's my son." "James, go down to the brothel and take the next 3 days off. You don't have to worry about any of this. Leave it to me." James clenched his teeth. "Didn't you take a liking to that Samoa girl? He'll let you take her as a maidservant. Just go off and be obedient." At that moment, a light giggle came from a Cloud Race woman that made James freeze. Chapter 1887, published at 25th of May, 2023, 1:07 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 1887. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1887. Answer me. Previous chapter. James' head snapped toward the Cloud Race woman, his gaze filled with a hint of confusion. He didn't immediately respond to his father. It was just that giggle sounded far too familiar. Who are you?" James asked. The Cloud Race woman blinked, tilting her head. She didn't seem to want to answer. Or maybe wanting to answer was the wrong way to put it. It was more like she disdained to or didn't feel like speaking with James. "Hey, I asked you a question," James said coldly, his pale face slowly becoming more rosy. At that moment, he wasn't the same James that faced his father. That sort of fear was only something his old man could induce in him. To everyone else, he was a general who commanded respect and fear himself. The Cloud Race lady snorted. "James, did I not already dismiss you?" Governor Duke Bennett said coldly. James clenched his teeth but didn't turn back to his father, instead taking a step forward. "This land is Bennett land. These skies are Bennett skies. When I ask you a question, you answer." James' voice boomed, a wild fluctuation of force causing the nonchalant expressions of the Cloud Race individuals to change. In fact, even his own father fell into a momentary silence. The Cloud Race woman recovered quickly, though, giggling again. Fine. Is there a need for such a look? Did I not give you a good time?" The face of the Cloud Race woman changed into a very familiar one for just a moment before reverting back. That face was none other than Samoa, the very prostitute his father had mentioned earlier. James felt his heart drop to his stomach. Did he care for Samoa? Hardly. He had never fallen for any woman. At best, he just somewhat preferred her to the other brothel workers. She was beautiful, smart, and seemed to work there not out of necessity, but rather because she enjoyed that line of work. He felt that he could relax around her. He didn't need to worry about her having a mental breakdown because the last month's abuse had finally gotten to her. And he didn't need to worry about her trying to manipulate him into loving her so that he could save her. That latter story had happened too many times before, and he always had to change his favorites as a result. He could be said to be a veteran of brothels, and he knew how to maneuver around them to maximize his fun and minimize the headache. But ironically, it was because of this that a prostitute had become his only real refuge. The nonsense about taking her as a maidservant wasn't even something that James had brought up to his father. The Samoa he knew wouldn't even want to accept such a proposition, even though it was a much higher line of work and much safer as well. He respected her choices, so he never even thought of it. However, it was very typical of his father to keep tabs on his actions and comment on them from time to time, so he hadn't thought much about it until he heard that giggle. The laugh was slightly different, but the cadence was almost exactly the same. He had heard that laugh far too many times, more times than he could count. Samoa was the kind of woman that could laugh in any situation, whether that was while he was railing her from behind or when some drunkard got too unruly and grabbed her collar. It was the same laugh no matter what the situation. "You're Samoa? You've been pretending to be her? Where's she?" The more James spoke, the more furious he became. "James, that's enough." Before James could respond to his father's words, the Cloud Race woman giggled again. "Pretending to be her? Do you think I would let a human put his penis inside of me? Do I look like a masochist to you? Every time you thought you were railing your favorite little prostitute, you were just taking a nice nap." It was the very same tactic Maya had used with Governor Duke Luam. When the latter had thought she was pregnant, she brought out embryos she had already conceived in the cloud domain and allowed them to grow on Earth, thus allowing them to gain Earth's talent boost. The Cloud Race was far too adept at playing with the minds of their targets. Just as easily as they could imitate a target, they could fabricate one from thin air as well. How could they not monitor a wild card like Thames? They've had known from a very beginning that he was no Tinchel Roblem. Governor Duke Bennett sighed and rubbed his forehead. Working with these people truly was annoying. "James, that's enough. I won't repeat myself again. You can go now." Suddenly, James turned back to his father. "You knew." It didn't seem like a question. Rather, it was a statement. He seemed to already have his answer. "Watch your tone, young man." "You knew," James repeated. Governor Duke Bennett frowned, his brows pinching together. Bang! He slammed his teacup down, standing to his full height. "Of course I knew. You lack discipline, going around sticking your dick in everything. Do you think the seed of the Bennett family can just be spread around as you please? If it wasn't for my actions, how many babies by how many different mothers would you have now?" For the first time, rather than cowering in the face of his father's roars, James' gaze turned crimson. "You've done this other times." Governor Duke Bennett seemed to have realized that his son had finally reached his limits, but he didn't back down either. "James, I said that's enough. Leave." Bang! Suddenly, Samoa moved, appearing behind James and chopping at his neck. "They'll just deal with this. What a waste of time," she said lazily. Slap! Crack! James suddenly turned, grabbing her wrist and forcefully twisting it. A scream echoed in the courtyard, but James had already kicked out. The sole of his foot drove into her abdomen with such force that the arm he was still holding onto ripped out of her socket, the rest of her body flying out. "James!" Governor Duke Bennett roared. "Shut up." A wild aura soared into the skies, suffocating everyone in the province. James' gaze turned entirely crimson, plumes of force coming off of him like hot steam. With a thought, his father was encased in an energy shield he had no method of breaking out of. James' gaze landed on those of the Cloud Race. "This will be your burial ground." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.